complaints process to seek feedback on a new mapped out complaints process, and we have David and Lisa at the table to go through this with us, and we've got from 10 o'clock until 11 o'clock. I imagine there'll be lots of questions of councillors of this, but we'll get through the presentation as much as possible, and then we'll get into the questions and whatnot. Councillor Burns. Your nameplate is mixed up with you.
Oh, sorry. Is it? Oh. Okay. This is a little bit cheeky, but I'm just thinking that the second line in which says about the recently released cabinet paper has confirmed government's intention signalled to develop standardised code of conduct for local government. Given that rationale was used to pause, delay, kill the regional policy statement, shouldn't we therefore be waiting until we get something from the government?
I'll leave that to the staff to answer that question.
Okay, just want to make that point clear. Thank you.
Well noted and well pointed out.
Morena kia koutou katoa. Morena kia koutou. Good morning, and this session, as Deputy Chair Swiggs has just introduced, is the continuation of work on the Code of Conduct. You'll recall the conversations and work that you undertook last year with regard to progressing the review and update to the code. We're getting towards hopefully a final code within the next few weeks. We've got today's focus, which Lisa will take you through. Then we were likely to bring the code following last week's conversation around the public statements policy, bring back a final document which will circulate to you just to how the code and the policies and relevant documents then all hang together. With a proposed adoption of the code at your April council meeting. So I'll hand over to Lisa with regard to what the focus of today's workshop is.
Kia ora koutou. Well, first of all, yes, we did want to update you on the confirmation of the government's intent to develop that standardised code of conduct for local government. And then we wanted to seek feedback from you on amendments made to the proposed process for complaints made under the Code of Conduct. In our discussions so far, this has been where most of the crunchy issues have lain. So we want to talk you through some streamlining and changes that staff have made in the draft, and we also want to seek agreement from you on the proposed next steps. Now, also sent out to you along with a copy of the presentation was this background document. So I do hope you have that in front of you, because that document is an extract from the amended code, and it's summarises the complaints process, and there's also a flow chart at the end of that too, which we'll be talking through today. So in terms of any news that we have with regard to a standardised code of conduct for local government, not a lot of news, but we have picked up from a recently released cabinet paper, which was heavily redacted, but it has confirmed the government's intention to develop that standardised code, and councils will be required to follow it. Now, we don't know what the contents will be, we don't know how comprehensive the issues will be that will be covered, but nevertheless, if we look at that cabinet paper, the indicative timeline is for what is called the Local Government System Improvements Bill to be introduced mid-year, and implementation starting from early 26. So at the earliest, we wouldn't be likely to see a confirmed standardised code until the first half of 26. Just wanted to let you know that information, know the approximate timeline that we're aware of at this point, and whether or not you have any comments or feedback before we proceed.
Councillor Edge.
Does that beg the question about we just live with our current code of conduct and as a draft to carry over, which is really what we've been doing for a couple of years anyway. It's like we're having to do things twice, and why don't we just wait for a standardised New Zealand code of conduct rather than getting involved in this sort of rather litigious looking process we've got here now?
Well, that certainly is an option for councillors. I guess even since receiving this news, staff have been proceeding with our work to bring proposals back to you, because you've already invested a lot of work in an amended code to date. There's been an investment of your time, and it's really whether or not you feel the current code is still fit for purpose to see the council through. I'd also note that we would need to, after the elections, with council at that point, talk through the code of conduct and see if there was an appetite for change at that point too. So it is really the call of councillors here. We're in your hands. But I do note that you have already invested a fair bit of work in the process.
Oh. Sorry, Genevieve, or Councillor Burns first. Either one.
Oh, sorry.
I'll probably don't do that. I'll probably sound like a broken wheel, because I agree with Councillor Edge here. I mean, the other one, the regional biodiversity strategy, was delayed because we were waiting on a national policy statement for Indigenous biodiversity. So in the term that I've been here so far, there have been lots of examples of us waiting until we've had guidance or instruction from central government. And again, a lot of work may have gone into this, but my understanding, wasn't it 3 years and 10 million has gone into the RPS? So again, that's a very, very thin sort of excuse to continue to forge ahead. So maybe the discussion needs to be, do we want to go ahead rather than waste your time?
I tend to agree with both the previous speakers. However, I think having, when you're actually in that process of doing a code of conduct or being the recipient of one, you recognise the need for further. You need some understanding. Like, there's a lot of people who don't know the process or don't understand the process or how to actually assist someone in debriefing or guiding them in the process, and that's where we're lacking. It's not the actual document itself. It is the understanding of their human beings and that, we need better guidelines, and I think that's what we could actually do, is have some sort of annex document that's better guidelines on how to proceed and how to debrief.
Councillor Davies?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's quite this similar situation. Like, that was a law that strictly prohibited us notifying the plan, whereas this is an indicative timeline around legislation to go through Parliament, to be introduced and to go through in 26. So I've got a couple of questions around that, but I don't see, like, if we're improving our systems, like, our code of conduct may feed into that process too. We could actually set an example for New Zealand to have a gold standard code of conduct, because we know that the current one isn't it needs work, and that's why our staff and why we have kind of been looking at this for a while. It was at the end of 2023 that we actually first came back with this. And so my question is just around the local government system improvements bill. So maybe we're not there yet, but will the kind of idea of a standardized code of conduct be attached to, say, an amendment of the Local Government Act?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the relevant parts of a bill like that will flow through to be in relation to the Local Government Act. I mean, usually these types of pieces of legislation, depending on what's contained within them, then once enacted, flow into or amend changes to Local Government Act. It might pick up the Electoral Act, may have changes to it. Who knows what's going to be in that that bill, but you would expect it to flow through.
Shall we? Is there any other questions, or should we just carry on through the? No, you can carry on.
Right, well, just to recap, the themes, not every issue that's arisen from the recent workshops, but the themes that have emerged regarding the complaints process. The first is the wellbeing of councillors. Going through a complaint process is paramount. And the code should note the assumption of guilt should be avoided and should clarify what support is available. And certainly when, if we bring back the full amended code to you, you will see that we have addressed that issue. And some of that was also addressed in the background document circulated to you today. There was also a call for a more linear approach for the investigation process. Milestones and steps should be set out more clearly. Different processes for different levels of materiality could be considered. And finally, an agreed list of independent investigators should be kept separate to the code so it can be updated as and when required. So, as I said, it's probably not every issue that you've raised, but these were the recurring themes through these workshops. So what we've done since 10th of October last year, when we last considered the whole of the Code of Conduct, staff have made some further refinement to the original LGNZ version to the complaints process, and we're going to talk about that shortly. But also we've been streamlining some of the information. There seemed to be some duplication and trying to make it a bit more coherent, perhaps. We'll run through that with you at the next workshop. And yeah, so most of those have been minor, apart from the complaints process. Most of the additional minor amendments that staff have made don't materially alter the meaning. You've also had the discussion on the public statement policy at the workshop last week. We are working through the issues that you raised, and we will include those in the next workshop. So with regards to the complaints process, so this is the amended version of this is in that background document. And the overall objective, which is also being reached based on feedback from previous workshops. We can't capture every scenario, but we need to provide a clear framework of steps and accountabilities. So what we've done in this background document, we've consolidated two sections of that LGNZ template that you have looked at a couple of times previously. The complaints process had been broken up into two, and so we've merged it and streamlined some of the information. We've also developed a flow chart because we think it's actually quite handy at a glance to understand all the different steps and scenarios that can happen with a complaints process. So that is new. Also wanted to highlight in particular that we have expanded and clarified the definition of materiality. You can see that on page 2 of the document that I've circulated. It's highlighted in yellow. I won't read it out, but certainly that goes into a bit more detail, and hopefully that will address some of the concerns raised in previous workshops.
Question about page 2. At the bottom of the yellow bits, you've got complaint is likely to be considered non-material, blah, 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 if it's politically motivated. Aren't pretty much every complaint politically motivated around this council table? And so how do you determine those sorts of things?
Well, I can't answer that right now, Councillor, but it would really be something for the independent investigator to take into account. Now, I'd just like to say that wording is from the LGNZ template, that we haven't come up with that. But wording to that effect is also in the current code as well. So what we've also done is expand the description of support that's available. So that's we've done that in a couple of spots on page 4 with regard to the independent investigators report. So this issue of whether any independent legal cost should be reimbursed, and we are suggesting that the independent investigators report includes a recommendation to that effect if they judge it appropriate. And also on the top of page 5 in yellow, continuing that theme in terms of making any decisions about reimbursement of costs, we are suggesting a panel comprising the chair, deputy chair and chief executive. And finally, at the bottom of page 6, costs and support for parties to a complaint, we've excuse me, we've mentioned that point again around support for legal expenses. We've also included, it's not in yellow, but we have included the ability for councillors to access the organisational assistance program as well. And throughout the rest of the Code of Conduct, that the concepts of natural justice and the desire to avoid an assumption of guilt, we have stressed that through the rest of the code as well, to address some of the points around that have been made around concerns for councillors' well-being through this process, whether you are a complainant or a respondent. So we're also proposing to put together a list of independent investigators. I would suggest it's quite difficult to actually include that as part of the Code of Conduct, because we need some flexibility there to be able to update it. So we can find a mechanism where all councillors see the list and are happy to endorse it. So we will work on that in the next week or two and have a couple of thoughts for you at the next workshop.
And just before we carry on, I think, Peter, you had a question?
Oh, just to add in really more than the question is the fact that, and I've been associated with a few of these, so I think the most concerning thing is the timeline and how long things will take. And if you're in either party on either side of this, you need to understand that it's going to be done in a timely manner. I know there's a lot of things that, like, you read through all this, you think, how can you fit all that in sort of a month or 6 weeks? But not understanding what your future looks like, especially if you're a councillor, it's pretty tough, actually.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Genevieve?
I'm just wondering if the recommendations will include clarity if someone is unhappy with the results of an investigation. That, I think that's quite a necessary step.
Okay. Councillor Edge?
Sorry, just related to that comment, Genevieve, are you meaning a right of reply or a right of appeal?
Yes. Right of appeal, or just clarity on what the process is to guide someone through that process.
Just on the...
Wait a second, Grant.
Sorry. Just on page 6 of the handout, there is a heading right of appeal. No appeal right is included in the conduct. Members who are unhappy with an independent investigator's recommendations or decision have access to judicial review and or the Ombudsman's office. So that is the LGNZ wording there.
Are you happy with that?
Yes, but still, once it gets to that, it's difficult to still understand the process and how to remedy the outcome without someone to assist you when you might be feeling a little bit deflated or demoralised, or, yeah.
So you're kind of talking about a support person through
a support
the process.
person and someone to assist, rather than just taking it all on board yourself if you're frustrated.
We do talk about legal advice quite a lot, well, not a lot through the code, but there is a sections in there around, independent legal advice, but maybe we can just mention support people for counsellors or something along those lines. I mean, it's a valid point, I think. Councillor Edge, did you have something you wanted to say?
So we're discussing the background, the content of the background at the moment. Just a couple of points from me. On top of page 4, selecting an independent investigator, suggesting that the Chief Executive selects the independent investigator from a list. I presume there that there's some kind of right of being able to object to the person selected. Is that so? There's a bit of negotiation or agreement.
Well, there could be, but the idea is that councillors are comfortable with the list of investigators in the first place. So ideally that scenario wouldn't arise. But I would suggest if there were concerns, then they could be expressed to the Chief Executive. And if we have a list, then there are options for assistance to carry out the process.
The other issue is the role of the investigator in terms of consideration of full or partial reimbursement of legal expenses. That's the one thing that bothers me a wee bit about the legal expenses that might be incurred over a 4 to 6 week period by a person giving a complaint and the whole procedure. And I appreciate the cost of assessment and investigatory services will be met by council. Does that correlate with that bullet point, that last bullet point? So basically, costs are being met by council. Sorry, costs being met by council is the relationship between 6 and page 6, and then that last bullet point on page 4. Under where it says with the investigator is going to recommend it with a full or partial reimbursement of legal expenses, but on the other hand it says investigatory services. What's the difference between investigatory services and legal expenses? Are they the same thing or are they different?
They are different. The investigatory services are intended to refer to the services provided by the independent investigator who may do an initial assessment and or an actual investigation. So that's separate from a counsellor wanting to seek independent legal advice. So it's the latter that we're talking about in terms of page 4, the final bullet point, and also page 5 and 6. So we can have a look at that wording and see if we can make it a bit more clear.
Finally, the question about that in costs is, in other situations, a councillor is able to be insured for a code of conduct complaint?
I don't believe so, but we can come back and confirm that with you. I don't believe you can be, no.
Sorry, if it's not in the private sector in terms of insurance, is that something that council could insure for that, or is it just sort of off the radar and defeats the point?
I can confirm, Grant, that you cannot be insured for this type of stuff.
Yes.
And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
That's fine.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Yeah, thank you. That point 6 about consideration of expenses, just for clarity, when you're talking about reimbursement, should somebody decide reimbursement is justified, that's coming from this organisation rather than from the complainant, or so there's no liability falls on the complainant if it was.
Well, that paragraph does refer to expenses being paid by council, and so we can make that clear.
In which case, I suspect the chair and deputy chair are probably conflicted, and the chief executive are probably not the right people to make an independent assessment on whether or not reimbursement is a fair outcome. Is it?
Well, first of all, the recommendation for that will come from the independent investigator. So that panel would need to follow up on any recommendation made by the investigator and consider its merits.
But I suspect the chief executive, the chair and the vice chair will be thinking about protecting Environment Canterbury's position rather than the recommendation from the independent investigator. I'm just raising a question. I haven't put much thought into it, but it seems like it's a very good way of vetoing anything that comes out of the independent investigator as advice.
I mean, each situation is going to have its own basis and merits. I mean, there may be, in certain circumstances, that recommendation of the investigator comes to council, and it becomes a council decision. So there can be various layers to this depending on the nature of the code and the matter at hand and what the investigator then recommends. So.
I would have thought coming to council would be even worse because then it's just become a political football. What I'm suggesting is that if the independent investigator thinks that clearly, if they're finding on behalf of one party that there's to make a recommendation for reimbursement of their costs, the last thing you want to do is then allow it to become that decision to become a political football. So what I'm suggesting is that it needs to be taken out of the political arena and put into a more independent arena for that decision making, or else the wording needs to be that panel, unless they have very good reasons not to follow the advice of the independent investigator, should follow the advice of the independent investigator.
We'll take the point away and have a think about it. Whatever way, the investigator won't have a delegated authority to spend council funds, so it's going to have to be some officer of council that will ultimately have to make a decision based on a recommendation. So we'll take that away.
All right, any further questions just on this? Otherwise, we'll continue on with these, I think, 3 more slides or 2 more slides. So maybe we'll get through those slides, then we'll come to the rest of the questions, if that's okay with everybody around the table. Cool.
Right, well, just in terms of how the complaints process will work, and this is probably where the flowchart's quite handy. When we get to the point of the chief executive receiving a complaint, they will refer the matter to an initial assessor, and that initial assessor to be drawn from the pool of independent investigators. And then and this is a very important stage of the process, the initial assessor will make that assessment of the relative merit and seriousness of the complaint. And so this is where that definition of materiality is important. And we say here also it's ideally within a 3-week period. Certainly take into account concerns raised about timeframes, and the instructions for the initial assessor at this stage would be to please make it as quick as possible. Then we could go either 2 ways, and you see on the left-hand side of the flowchart, if the initial assessor considers the alleged breach to be non-material, then the complaint would be dismissed. Otherwise, we can follow down a range of different scenarios here. It could be referral to the chair, alternative dispute resolution, or referral to an independent investigator for an investigation. So all these steps are spelt out in detail in the background document that I circulated to you. Perhaps at this stage I just ask if you've got any questions on any of those steps that we've set out in the flowchart or the background document. what we have hoped we've achieved is that it's a clearer line to follow in terms of the start of an investigation and the different scenarios that can occur, that can happen.
I don't think this is. Oh, there is. Councillor Edge.
Sorry, I just think of the
I was thinking there might not be anybody actually asking questions. You've done a really good job at this.
It is. I'm just thinking of the initial assessor and an appropriate independent person. In a commercial civil case, people can go to the disputes tribunal, and the case can be heard through an independent person there, not familiar with the case or whatever. And there's a maximum awarding of costs, and that's about $15,000. Is that something that other people have looked at, or the government's looking at? So there's basically using an existing dispute tribunal type of facility and applying a maximum penalty or maximum cost assessment.
I mean, I think what you're referring to in that process is quite different to a code, which is essentially about regulating your behaviour as a cohort of councillors. Going to the point where you're awarding costs and things, that's well beyond the remit of what a code of conduct for a council is designed to do. So I think they're quite different mechanisms, and achieving different outcomes where there's been financial loss, for example, in a transactional way, versus moderating and addressing behaviour in a particular setting. So, yeah, I'm not sure they're quite the same thing.
No, I appreciate that, but I'm thinking if you think outside the square, could you actually include something like that?
I think, Councillor,
but I don't know.
I understand that LGNZ is looking at something for a regional and maybe potentially in a regional space, but as has been identified already, the government is looking at doing something through some other process. So there's a little bit of flux in this space at the moment. But I do understand what you're saying, and I think it has been discussed in one way or another, but I don't think we're there yet. I think we've got Matarua, Councillor Korako.
Matarua, really. Morena, kia ora. Hey, so I would take it that under all these processes that you've outlined, is that there is the ability to actually operate under tikanga Māori as well? Did we get that?
Thank you, Councillor. It's not explicitly referred to in the code in that way, and I've not seen an alternative process by which you can resolve codes of conduct matter in accordance with tikanga. It's not something that the LGNZ templates contemplated either. I mean, that how the independent investigator might conduct the process could be cognizant to that, but we could seek some guidance around that and see if there's been other councils that have looked at that.
And that's probably my point. It's not so much about the Local Government Act. It's more around the initial assessor and, what kind of codes do they how do they operate under? Because there could be a situation where, that is actually needed. yeah, I mean, there could be a takahia on that person, or to be treated like that from, the perpetrator, the potential, or the initial perpetrator, whatever. So anyway, it's just a question. I think it's worthwhile exploring.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Burns?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. That's a great question, Councillor Korako. I'm just curious, Davo, do Turunga o Ngaitahu and their code of conduct operate with tikanga in a written format?
Yeah, that's a good point. There are some elements of tikanga that are provided for or recognised in the code, so we'd certainly look at that.
Councillor Robinson?
Just referring to that, the graph chart thing. With regards to sort of challenging or the actions recommended, there's no sort of like, I guess, resolution in that chart that looks into appealing. So you don't sort of divert back to a certain stage in the process. So it talks about the recommendation or actions taken, but what if there's an unwillingness to comply? So it's not, if you're the complainant and the other party is unwilling to comply with the recommendations and there's a huge gap in waiting for the action to be taken or an unwillingness that's very clear, where do you go back in that process? It's very clunky. Something to think about and come back with?
Yeah, we'll come back to you. I suspect part of your query has been addressed in another section of the code. It's just not coming to mind at the moment, so...
This is really quite helpful, this particular table. And if you just even show it a point where you can go back, I think it would help a lot of people visualise what the necessary steps are, or, from both sides. There definitely needs to be a time limit too on actions.
Any other questions from councillors? No? Okay, we'll go to the next steps. Oh, sorry, Councillor East, I didn't see your hand up.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether I want to speak right now or shortly. But
Let's wait. Let's get through this next steps.
Comment,
get through this next steps slide, and then we'll go for a general discussion and we'll close it off.
Well, we are proposing one more workshop before we bring an amended code to council for adoption. So we're looking at mid to late March. We'll address those issues that were raised during the workshop last week on the public statement policy. We'll address some issues that have come up today. And what you will have at that point is the final draft of the whole code. We are looking now to bring the amended code to council for your April meeting to be adopted, and also to adopt your public statement policy. That will depend on discussions at the next workshop.
Can I just add, though, I guess this is premised on we continuing the work, but recognising your starting conversation was whether you continue with the review and update to the current code, or press pause and wait for the government's work. So your guidance with regard to do we continue or do we stop would be really helpful.
And if we stopped, whether you would want some administrative guidelines developed, things that you've raised over the last few workshops that we can still address without it materially impacting on the current code. So, for example, how support is provided to the complainant and respondent.
Councillor Scott.
Look, my comment is simply simply this, is that I think you've done some really good work here. I think this is a good result for us. When we started this process, it was about how do we make this more personable to the people that could be involved in these processes, and I think you've done a really good job. I would think that waiting for the government to do something, what's the opportunity for us having the same wonky code of conduct from March on if we don't do something about it? So I would suggest that we push on with this, let's get this piece of work done.
Is there any views to the contrary on that? Councillor Edge?
No, not the contrary. I think just in terms of my comment earlier on about why, and I think because it's just a very quick time frame, and the substantial bulk of the work that you've been working on is nearly ready, in which case it makes sense. And even if this is just approved in April and it goes through to next April, there's a bit of transition, and that it's at least it's something. That's a bit of work that's been completed in the knowledge that it might change again.
Councillor Burns, have you got anything you wanted to say?
No, but I'm starting to write for that meeting right now. Thank you.
Excellent. I look forward to your debate on that meeting. I think the steer there is to continue on. I think you've done a lot of good work on this, and the first conversations we had when we started this, is the current one fit for purpose? And the conversation was, yes, it's not particularly fit for purpose for the changing world that we live in at the moment. So we'll continue on, I think. But we've got questions from Councillor East. I'll get to Councillor Kurako in a second.
Not so much questions, but more observations. As someone who endured quite a lengthy code of conduct process some years ago, it is quite stressful, and I do want to acknowledge the work that you guys have done to date. I would note, however, that in the paper we are talking of government introducing a standardised code of conduct, legislation being enacted in June this year and implemented in June the following year. And the other quite pertinent comment that I've seen in the paper is one that says the code of conduct cannot capture every scenario, but should provide a clear framework of steps and accountabilities, and that's something I wholeheartedly agree with. And lastly, I would just like to support a notion, I think it might have been raised by Councillor Robinson, regarding an individual being subject to a code of conduct, and I believe that they should have some full independent support mechanism to assist them to work their way through a scenario. So often I've seen a code of conduct being levelled, and the person that's subject to the scenario is more or less hung out to dry and left to their own devices to defend themselves and get through this situation. So if there is one thing that I'm very keen to support, I do think that someone being subjected to a code of conduct has access to some independent support to assist them to work through the scenario in a professional manner to hopefully in the end get a good outcome. So that's just a few comments from me, thanks.
Yep, Lisa?
Just finally, before we finish, just a suggestion that if councillors have any thoughts about individuals who would be appropriate in the role of the independent investigators, to perhaps send details to me in an email. We are going to start compiling a list, and as I said, if you have any thoughts on who might be appropriate, please forward some ideas by email. Thank you.
Any other? I think Councillor Kurako, you had a question before, or a comment that you wanted to make.
No, I'm good now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Scott?
Yeah, Lisa, I don't know if you've considered this at all, but when the report comes back from the independent people, if there is a process that we can put in place that is simple. I've seen a few, and I've seen some really, really good stuff where you can go through the code and actually, the independent person has said at each step, what their view was, and I think if we could standardise something like that for us, it gives us the opportunity, or gives whoever's involved in this the opportunity to actually see those points. Not come back with a bland, that code of conduct is upheld or it's dismissed. There needs to be rationale there, and I think that helps.
That's good suggestion. Councillor Mackay, you've been very quiet. You're usually quite vocal on these things. I was just wondering if you've got anything you wanted to say.
I haven't got anything marked on my papers. They're well read. I think the staff have done a great job preparing them, and I just can't help feeling that if we're responsible councillors sitting at the table, this should be something that we don't use very often at all.
Councillor Sunkel?
Thank you. I just concur with Councillor East. When these things do arise, you can be very isolated and not really understand the system. So just concurring with his observations of support.
I'll just go around the table, I suppose. Councillor Southworth, have you got anything you want to add?
No, te toko. Councillor Sunkel and East.
And Robinson?
Yeah, pretty much what I've said already, but yeah, I concur with a lot of the comments, including John and Vicky.
I agree with Councillor Mackay. It's a terrifying prospect of getting involved, and I think I'd stay away from it completely. But I mean, things could change.
Then be good. Hell. Councillor.
My point apart from the start, there's been some good discussion, and I'm very much like Claire, John, and Grant now. We should be able to moderate ourselves and operate in a way. This is a last resort, I would hope. But
Councillor East, have you got anything else? Or you've said Councillor McKenzie.
Just my comments about if you're having an independent arbitrator to make decisions, then that decision shouldn't then be subjected to potential interference from people within this organisation, even though I accept this organisation would have to make a decision to spend the money. But if the independent assessor comes up with a decision, that should be the decision, whether it's for remuneration or guilt or not guilt or whatever.
Councillor Davies, you've been quiet as well. Have you got anything you want to add? I'll go to the people online. We've got Councillor Deitch. Have you got anything you want to add?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Councillor Ward?
I'd just like to congratulate staff on a document that's been well written. I concur with Claire and John and others that hopefully we don't have to go into this situation. And no, I think it's been very well done.
Councillor Cromwell?
Yeah, happy with everything being said. It's all been covered in the discussion I've heard this morning. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Councillor Koraka? We heard from Councillor Koraka before, so forgive him for this moment. But thank you. I think that's everything. Thank you for your time on doing this. It's you've done some good work, and it's this is our document as councillors, so it's really good to hear from everybody to sort of see where they're at with it. So I look forward to the next steps and finally getting this away so that we can focus on other matters. Thank you. So our next briefing is at 11 o'clock. So we'll just take a 8-minute break and grab a cup of coffee and come back at 11 o'clock. So we'll just get everybody to sit down. We'll kick off now. 1 minute early, but we're online now, so live. So we've got at the front, we've got Catherine Trott, Cameron Smith, Martin Esberg. I'm sorry, hopefully I didn't say that wrong. And Mel. Maybe you can say your last name. Regnathan.
Ranganathan.
I nearly got it right. I got it nearly there. So welcome to the table. We'll be talking about the 2025 CWMS refresh, or the work that you've been doing there. This is an interesting topic that a lot of people have a lot of interest in. So it'd be great to hear what you have to say. How we're going to run this, I think, is there's about 3 sections. So the staff want to go through the slides in those sessions or in those sections, and then they're going to open it up to us to have questions and a discussion about each of those sections. So if you've got questions in amongst those slides, I'd ask you just to write those down, note those down, so that we can get those parts of the slides and the presentation done. Is that all good with you, Cam? Excellent. All right, I'll leave it up to you. Over to you.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, councillors. So as the Chair was noting, as Councillor Swiggs was noting, we've got a bit of a we want to talk to you about the CWMS and the work ahead, essentially, up through to mid this year. And it's essentially builds on a lot of the work we did last year as part of the Zone Committee review, but also initiating a targets progress reporting and assessment. So we're going to talk to you across the range of these things. We'll just go to the next slide after this. And I just wanted to, just building on Councillor Swiggs' comments, we will have a bit of a focus in on the Zone Committee review to start with, and we want to test where we're thinking with regard to purpose associated with the proposed local leadership groups, and we'll open up for some conversation following that. Then we'll round off on the Zone Committee section, open up for comments, and then we'll get into the targets report section, and we'll have final comments at the end. We have an hour timetable for this presentation, and so we're pretty confident we can kind of move through it. So, as I said, this is really focused on the work through till July. You'll remember last year we initiated the Zone Committee review, and there's a significant body of work and engagement across TAs, mana whenua, Zone Committees, etc., and with this council as part of that, and Martin will lead off on that discussion. And you'll also note that we are initiating our Targets Progress Report 2025, and Mel will talk to this. Both are significant bodies of work, so we've got a number of staff working on these, and we're working across a number of our key partners. So it's a good thing to bring this to you, to provide you oversight and at this point of time, at this point of the work program, but also when we'll be returning to you with more information in a few months' time. Next slide. So I'll hand over to Martin.
Kia ora tātou. Thanks, Cam. So as Cam alluded to, you're well aware, we jumped into the review all throughout last year, and then towards the end of the year, we wrapped up the first stage of the Zone Committee review with the reporting of outcomes from those engagements throughout 24 at the end of November to the mayoral forum. And since then, we've also shared a more detailed technical report with key parties. I believe you've all received a copy through the chair last week, and was also presented to the mayoral forum. So that really forms the basis of the work program for this year. And just to briefly recap and to build the basis for our discussion today, where the mayoral forum landed, really some key points pulled out there that the mayors endorsed in November is there was an agreement that zone committees are no longer the preferred approach in some areas, but there was obviously strong acknowledgement that in some areas and in some parts of zone committees that still works really well. And there was a desire to maintain that momentum in those areas. We worked with a working group of mayors, Runanga chairs, Environmental Canterbury chair, some of our councillors, with a working group that identified a base model centred around locally connecting councils and mana whenua at a leadership level, and we'll dive into that in a minute. There was strong agreement that CWMS fundamentals still remain critical. So we talk about collaboration, local decision making, and so forth. So these fundamentals remain. And then, of course, guiding plans like zone implementation programs, action plans, and so forth are still critical as well. So these are to continue. Further work is required to refine what the space model looks like, and we lead into that in a moment. And the Mayoral Forum endorsed that this work should continue to be supported by this existing working group that I mentioned of mayors, Runanga representatives, and our chair. And we're working towards reporting of final recommendations and advice to the Mayoral Forum in late May. So that's our time frame here. Also, since our last briefing in November, we've also engaged with zone committees. So they received an update just last week, earlier this week. They've also received the technical report and an update from the Mayoral Forum meeting at the end of last week. And then also we started engaging with key staff across territorial authorities through the policy forum and other avenues. Oh, thanks, Cam. So just to quickly recap where we landed at the end of last year, and I believe you've seen this graphic. I believe it was shared through the chair at the end of last year. So we landed on a proposed base model of local leadership groups, which basically build around a local connection of core leaders in territorial authorities, mana whenua, and regional council. And it was reiterated strongly that connections to local community remain critical, and also other groups like interest groups, industry, central government agencies, and so forth. But what we landed on with this proposed model is that the core membership and functionality or function of these groups is regionally consistent. So we want to have a level of regional consistency there, and that was reiterated across the working group that we had. And really the function of these leadership groups would be to confirm local actions and then really utilise their networks, mana and resources across these core groups to see how these priorities and actions can be implemented and can be supported going forward. And building on that level of regional consistency in terms of core membership, there was a desire to then have local determination of what best mechanisms for community engagement look like, connection to other groups, what these priorities are that groups will work towards, and what level of support they can offer and where. So this is where that bespokenness comes in that we had mentioned in November as well. Last year, there was still some uncertainty over what the purpose and the specific function of these groups would be. So this is really where we centered efforts now going forward to refine this. And I'll let Cam go into where we're currently at, and then I'll come back with an update on what our next steps look like.
Excellent, thank you. So we've got a few slides here that we're going to really be diving into purpose because form should follow function, and it's easy to jump into form quite quickly here and say who should be sitting on these groups, etc. But one of the key points we took up from the last time that we briefed this council, and we've heard through briefing other chief executives and mayors across Canterbury, is we need to be really clear on purpose here, because purpose provides value, and value will provide kind of ongoing kind of leadership within these groups. And so we've been spending considerable time in distilling what we've heard from various forums into these next few slides. And so what we're saying here is the proposed primary function will be to prioritise, align and recommend actions or projects that are crucial for improving local freshwater outcomes. And I've got a purpose statement on the next slide that we'd like to test. And we really want these groups to set clear, actionable priorities based on local input needs and CWS targets. And this is where this work really clearly aligns with the targets assessment we're doing, and which Mel will speak to shortly, because we'll be able to demonstrate through a lot of that targets work that a lot of effort and good work has happened across Canterbury towards delivering towards CWS targets, but it'll also demonstrate that a lot of work still has to happen. And so there's a real job here to kind of better articulate and prioritise at place what are the key actions required that we need to lead alongside others if we are to better deliver towards the CWMS targets. And so this is how we're starting to see this group, and particularly working with some of those other groups as Martin's discussed. So what's the set of work happening at place, and what are the key gaps that we might want to fill with council action or supporting catchment groups to achieve some of those CWMS targets. Next slide, please. And I did see a hand come up, but I've got this slide and the next slide, and then we can have a bit of a conversation around
Grant, we'll just go through these next couple of slides. If you just write that question down, we'll come to you first.
So we've drafted up a draft purpose statement here that we're testing today, and we'll also be testing with territorial authorities and with Runanga as well. And so this just distills that these leadership groups are a strategic body focused on prioritising key issues in Canterbury and providing recommendations back to Environment Canterbury and local territorial authorities. Now, we know zone committees have had similar function or purpose. We want these groups to better prioritise and be quite specific with regard to the particular actions that they want to drive forward at place to deliver against CWMS targets. And we want there to be a real kind of influencing, kind of prioritising and recommending back to council so that councils can then take on board those recommendations and decide whether or not that's something they agree with and they want to push through the organisation. And so that really talks across both the purpose and the function, noting that, these projects can be progressed, or these particular issues can be progressed through either kind of allocating, goods and services or funding towards, much as the zone committees do through their action plan budget at the moment, but also supporting councils to direct resources and staff towards key issues as well. So we've got this purpose and the function here. I'll go to the next slide, and then we can open up a conversation on what you're seeing here. And so just kind of diving in, it's about doing fewer things well. And I know our Chief Executive has talked a lot about we can't be everywhere doing everything all at once. And so this is really kind of honing in on what are the kind of key 2 to 3 issues at place that we need to really kind of shift the dial on, and getting a leadership around that within regional council, territorial authorities and mana whenua. Then there's aligning. So consistent with existing regional frameworks. We hear consistently across the community, across territorial authorities that and mana whenua that the targets are good. There was an awful load of work that happened to develop zone implementation plans and action plans. Let's not lose sight of those. Let's build on those. And ensure alignment of efforts across agencies, but also catchment groups. And this is where this work is about identifying what's happening at a local place, not only by the 3 key groups, but also understanding what catchment groups are up to help identify where are the gaps and where does further support needed at that place. And then this last one is recommend. So much as the zone committees recommend particular projects back into this council, this is around recommending through kind of strategic guidance and recommendations to councils. It's not to engage directly in the implementation of water management projects. I think it's sometimes a little bit fair that we expected zone committees to actually really kind of launch into the implementation space when they weren't necessarily well equipped to do that, and so it was a little unfair. So what we're saying here is that across particularly regional council and territorial authorities, that's where so much of the implementation occurs, along with catchment groups. And so how do these groups support that implementation rather than be responsible for implementation themselves? So I might open up the floor there.
So we'll open up for our questions. The first 3 that I've got here already is Grant, Claire, and then Vicky. And is there anybody else that wants to ask? Did I see? Oh, I'll make a comment. Okay, that's right. So we'll start with Grant.
Great, thanks very much. Look, I think the direction seems to me to be, pretty good, really. Just a few questions, and we've got that bigger report, the review report yesterday, so haven't read that yet. And my question was going to be, and I think it's probably answered in that under the alignment of zippers, in the recommendations, certainly for Waimakariri, had a whole raft of zipper recommendations under each of the targets about how things could be improved. And so if this new structure as a base tool, picking up on what's missing or what hasn't been achieved, and seeing that how that plugs into a new system. Because I raise that issue because I'm pretty sure, and I was just writing down before, that in the planning decisions, in an RMA sense, I have a feeling there's some reference that zippers have to have regard to, people making those decisions have to have regard to the zippers. I'm not sure if that's absolutely correct, but I just have in the back of my mind that in which case there's a legal issue about ensuring that those zippers remain alive during the CWMS process. I think that would be important. And I like the idea that, can I make a comment rather than a question, or do you want to just stick to questions?
Just ask questions at the moment.
Okay. Question then is in terms of support, who's going to be providing? I couldn't see anywhere. Who's like to be providing technical support to these groups in terms of plans, technical information, subcatchment strategies, all of those sorts of things? Who does Environment Canterbury provide that at request?
Sorry, through you, Chair. Yes, well, it's interesting, the ZIPs provide an amazing kind of fountain of knowledge and technical advice that has been produced over time. And we're really hoping that these groups can, because you mentioned how many recommendations, etc., within some of these ZIPs, and we're not talking 5 or 10, we're talking 70 or 100 or 150, which is a good kind of indication of the work needed, but it's not necessarily a great way to direct effort. And so we're hoping that these groups will really direct effort to within those. It's absolutely within this, a large part of it's within this organisation to support these groups, much as we do the facilitation through the zone committee, the process, and we have kind of strategy stuff, etc. But I am hoping that these new groups will largely be picking up some of the great information that's there already and building on that rather than starting afresh, because I don't think that's a good use of resource to actually create a whole bunch of new science or new tech, noting that science does have to be updated in some areas, but there's a significant volume of work there that is good enough to help prioritise actions at place.
Vicky. Claire. Sorry, Vicky.
Chair, I didn't have my hand up, but I do have a question, and I would like to come back for some discussions.
So we'll get through the questions first, and then we'll have a general...
So my question is, reading the paper, you do refer to Environment Canterbury councillors. My understanding was that our 2 Runanga representatives, councillors, were there to support the Runanga chairs. Is that correct or not correct?
Sorry, can you just repeat that question?
Reading through the technical report, the references are that Environment Canterbury councillors were part of the working group. My understanding was that we definitely had the chair as being on the Merrill Forum, and that the 2 Ngāi Tahu councillors, Councillor Cranwell and Councillor Karako, were there as support for Runanga chairs. Is that a correct assumption? Yep. Okay, well, I've still got the speaker. So I am sort of concerned that perhaps we didn't probably have a discussion as a council around who was probably best there, and my feeling is that without the benefit of working on zone committees, how are we gathering all that? Because I don't know that too many of the chairs in the working group have that as well. But moving on, I just wonder, when we're thinking about how we refine this, is there some benefit of having a councillor sitting aside on this working group with some of that experience?
It looks like your microphones might have gone off. So for some reason, when you press them, they're going green. You can't. They're not like the old ones. So can we just get someone down to maybe have a look at those microphones down the end?
That'll be the power switch. Yeah.
We'll just take 2
Under the
minutes
black
and
box.
sort this out. Excuse me, maybe unplug one of them, and there we go, it's working again.
Excellent. We're back online.
Excellent.
So, to your point, Councillor, you'll remember that's a really good question. So, we had a councillor workshop last year, and I think that was in September, if I'm right, in which we did the first bunch of testing around a number of different options. And then we took the options from that, the preferred option that we saw across this council, to the working group, and it was largely agreed on by that working group. And there are a few questions we need to refine. However, we have also said where other mayors have asked if they could bring along someone else, as in another councillor, and I know Mayor Phil Major asked this. That's okay with us. We're not keen for 5 members from each council. It gets a bit unwieldy, but we're certainly happy to entertain more councillors within that working group.
Okay, we'll come back to the discussion points that you might have, but Vicky?
Yeah. So just understanding this, you've got the core proposals to have a sort of like the core from representatives from Regional Council Mana Whenua and territorial authorities, and then some representatives from the outer bubbles, so local community interest groups, etc. Is that the indication of this?
There absolutely needs to be a connection with those groups. However, we think it's best placed for those the foundational members essentially to determine what that connection looks like. Now, if we look north to Kaikoura, we've heard clearly that they very much value the role of community members on that zone committee, and so they might make a decision between regional council, territorial authority, representative, and Mana Whenua that they want it to look quite similar. Other areas might be different, and they might want that connection to look slightly different, as in engaging with central government agencies or community members or industry every so often rather than every particular meeting. So we really want some regional consistency with regard to those 3 members, but what that connection looks like is probably best determined at place, and that's what we're hearing across all the sets of mayors.
So on that, or that being the sort of foundation, is the intention with this, because my experience of being on the zone committee in Selwyn Waihora for the last 5 years has been, really it's been about dishing out quite, good bits of cash for those local small groups that receive it, but not really enough to be doing anything really big and significant in terms of freshwater outcomes, which needs a quite big, some big implementation and action needed. So is the tension with this going to be to actually raise things up and see how the different group, Mana Whenua, Regional Council and the territorials, actually what their projects are, how they interact, where there's opportunity for aligning timing wise and location wise and so on. I'm thinking about things like pest management, for example, has an effect on this if we're talking about the regeneration of native forests, for example. So really that sort of lifting up, and in terms of concluding what the key priorities are, I'm thinking about the Whakaora Healthy Harbour plan, for example, which is it's a very neatly defined catchment. Obviously, when we get out into Canterbury Plains, we're talking enormous catchments, which makes it quite complex. But the Healthy Harbour plan has really disseminating, boiled down to what is the most or one or two absolutely fundamental issues that need to be addressed, which means that we can then turn our attention to that specific thing. So, and the various members of that governance group and that can help to point the various organisations to that. So is that the intention of this? Because when you talk about the zippers and having 60 or 70 things and it's all quite disseminated and so on, is this going to provide a mechanism where there's better engagement and linking up of actions from staff and our budgets to deliver on major projects that will start to address these types of things, be it through planning frameworks, be it through actual action on the ground, etc. Otherwise, how is this different from what currently is happening, which is not delivering on the targets, because you've already acknowledged that?
Absolutely, through your chair. Absolutely lifting up and aligning across the different agencies and the work of catchment groups in Mana Whenua. A key kind of reflection on the zone committees, their key tool is their action plan budget, but that automatically takes your thinking into where to allocate the $50,000 or whatever it might be in that particular year, rather than the alignment kind of question across those key agencies. We're operating within the existing funding envelope with regard to these groups. There's a follow-up kind of decision that we'll need to seek from this council at some point about what does that mean for the CWM action plan budget. But we'd rather, we're proposing that these groups focus on the lifting up, the aligning, the kind of prioritising what are the key issues that need to be kind of addressed and that those three groups can get behind to help support the effort.
Is it a quick question? Because we've got a few other comments.
Yeah. So really just in this prioritising and focusing and lifting up and connecting those different agencies, is there an expectation that there will be a budgetary benefit, like, less meetings and conversations and small scale stuff and more actual delivering and maybe budget available to do the action on the ground through the process of refining this and being more strategic?
And through Chair, there's an expectation that these groups will make recommendations back into council about what are those pressing issues and the type of action that might be required to address those. It's going to be up to individual councils about whether they kind of respond to that recommendation, much as they've used recommendations from zone committees in the past. But hopefully if we have a more coordinated kind of prioritisation of issues, really supported by the TA, the Regional Council rep in Mana Whenua, we're hoping, it might really support the case for actually taking action. There's, some of this might be about more money, but I think even it's an opportunity to think about how we're kind of directing, resources across councils to particular issues as well. So I don't think it's necessarily always a case for more money needs to go to something. It could be about how we focus staff time on particular issues at place.
Right. So Ken, we need to tighten it up a little bit. So we've got Councillor Mackenzie's got some questions.
Yeah, I guess my question really revolves around a commitment from Mana Whenua to make whatever new model you put up work, because I see Jonathan Leask through the media inquiries has asked a few questions about Mana Whenua involvement, and I think in the Ashburton Zone Committee basis, I think it's Arapata Rupert hasn't turned up for any meetings in 2 years, but has taken his stipend anyway, and We've heard through various engagements to Ruperturia and various other things that a lot of the time the Runanga want to retain their ability to oppose things. So how committed are they actually to genuinely engaging in this? And I reflect on, again, on the Ashburton Zone Committee, where there's various groups under the sort of umbrella of the Zone Committee are trying very hard to implement various projects within the zone implementation plan, but when that goes to consenting, they're opposed by Mana Whenua. So I just, they're right in the middle there, but are they genuinely going to work with the wider community to come up with answers?
Yes, it's a good question, and I can't speak to kind of wider Urunanga commitment. However, we have had Urunanga representatives as part of the working group, and so that's one way we've been testing. But over the next 2 months, we intend to visit each and every Urunanga to test this specific proposal with them, much as we're visiting, and we've got time and TAs, time to talk to local city and district councils over the next 2 months to test this approach. So we're absolutely kind of testing it with all 3 of those parties involved.
So I've got Councillor Cromwell, I think, might have a comment to make on this, and then I'll go to Councillor Korako, and then I've got Councillor Burns, and then we'll have to wrap up around some quick comments from some of those councillors that said, and then we've got 2 other items that we need to get through. So we'll start with you, Councillor Cromwell.
Yeah, kia ora koutou. Yeah, great question there, Councillor Mackenzie. As been said, that it was only a working party. This has to go out to mana whenua if they're happy with it in the first place. They were kind of unhappy where the zone committee had gone. I mean, in the middle there, mana whenua, regional councils and territorial authorities, if it is kind of a true co-governance and working in partnership, equal people involved, I'm sure there'll be a pathway forward. It's disappointing to what you said to Councillor Mackenzie. Might need to chase up on that, but otherwise, over the next couple of months with the work from the team there to go out and talk to mana whenua. It's one thing we didn't really, Councillor Korako and I didn't probably talk about this as much when we were kind of looking at Tuia and the reshaping of that and what that would look like. But that's a good point to in our next discussions with the chairs, etc. Where to from next. But kia ora.
Kia ora. Korako.
Kia ora. It's kind of a, from Councillor Mackenzie, it's kind of a rhetorical question actually, because, but I mean, just tautoko what Councillor Cranwell has just said. I think one of the things that is highlighting that this is a working party, and we're actually looking at ways that we could obviously we'll work closer together, continue to develop the partnership with mana whenua. There's some really interesting examples of why mana whenua actually believe that in a number of these zone committees it's unsafe for them, and particularly down in the area that Councillor Mackenzie operates in and further south. So that's one thing that's is really important here. And we have already done a lot of consultation. I'm talking both Councillor Cranwell and myself, Councillor Pauling, and direct engagement, kanohiki to kanohi, face-to-face with Papatupu Runanga and our whole visibility huis that we undertook last year, and we will complete them this year. And there is actually a commonality here around the zone committees. Some believe that it's not fit for purpose because of sort of various things that have come out of it, particularly from our treaty partner and their representatives. So that needs to be, that's what we're actually trying to find our way through. But at the end of the day, mana whenua are in there and they won't leave. They can't leave. And because they are actually representing a legacy that has been handed down. And even if they are there and not agreeing with what is actually being proposed, doesn't necessarily actually then make them, the kind of outsiders that I'm hearing over there. So we'll be very clear on this one, is that these zone committee reviews are really important, and let's find our way through that we can work in the partnership that thing on the wall over there actually reflects and why it was actually put in place. Thanks.
Councillor Burns.
I have a question. My question, I'm not sure you guys can answer. It might be something for Craig, really. Have Huranui really engaged with this through the Merrill Forum process, given that their reluctance to be involved with it prior to that?
Sorry, can you just repeat that question?
So have Huranui District Council been actively involved with it through the Mayoral Forum and that, given their reluctance to be involved with.
So Murray Black, the Mayor of Hurunui, has been on our working group. So she sort of volunteered herself during the Mayoral Forum when it first came up about being involved in the working group. So that was really good. And I think, they're really interested because they did take a different sort of tact a few years back, which we all work with them on. They're really invested in seeing what solutions we can come up with. So, yeah.
I think we've actually we're running out of time to have any further comments or anything at the moment on this particular. So what we'll do is we'll get through the next steps. We'll go through those next slides, and then we'll have comments on that next part. Then we'll have a few questions, obviously, and then the next part there will questions, and then we'll have further questions and wrap up.
Excellent, thank you. And I think we've actually already kind of strayed into these slides, so we won't spend too much time on here. Where, as we've talked about, we've got a few questions we still want to work through, such as scale. Do we sit these over the top of existing zones or district boundaries or takiwa or freshwater management units? A question around mandates. Should these be joint committees such as zone committees are, or partnership agreements, learning what we've learnt from Whakaora, Healthy Harbour, etc. And some of the operational details around what if wider membership was included, what that looked like, and meeting format, etc. We've talked about the working group, so we're putting in two more sessions with a working group of chair, mayors, and Urunanga representatives, and we can have a conversation about further councillor involvement. We've got a very busy March and April planned, so we're on the road talking to each of the territorial authorities and setting time with each of the Urunanga should they want to be part of the conversation as well. So we'll be kind of out testing very much these slides and seeing where other groups sit. And then we're also engaging across councils, staff across other Canterbury councils, and that via the Canterbury Policy Forum, which sits under the Canterbury Mayoral Forum. And so those are our key engagement mechanisms. So just quickly, what does this timeline look like? I've already talked to February and March and the work that's happening across those. We will be coming back to this council in April, once we've had further discussions across those groups to test final advice and recommendations, and that's ahead of a paper going to the Canterbury Mayoral Forum with final recommendations around these proposed local leadership groups in May 2025. And then, given the zone committees are joint committees between ourselves and each of the territorial authorities, we need to go back to each of the territorial authorities and take those final recommendations on the Mayoral Forum to them and sort out the future of the zone committees, as in, do they be disestablished, each of the 9 currently in place, and do we, and the recommendation to propose these new local leadership groups. So it's a very busy few months ahead. The tricky thing is there's multiple guidance or decision-making bodies. So we've obviously got this council, which is very important. We've got each of the TAs. We've also got each Urunanga as well. So we're doing our best to have kind of meaningful discussions with each and every one of those over the next few months. And the Mayoral Forum, sorry. Yeah, let's not forget the Mayoral Forum and the Mayoral Forum. So I'm not sure if there's any further questions on that. I think we have covered a lot of the process.
We'll just kick into the next.
Okay, so let's go into the targets report, and I'll pass to Mel.
Thanks, Cam. Kia ora, councillors. So this part of the presentation basically just provides you an update on the Targets Progress Report project. The reporting on the Targets Progress is something that ECAN undertakes on behalf of the Mayoral Forum, who's the owner of the strategy and its implementation. To date, there has been 5 targets reports that's been produced. 4 of them were published online in hard copy format. The reporting covers all 10 target areas, which cover a range of topics from ecosystem health to irrigated land area. And after the 2019 report, at the request of the regional committee, the 2021 report moved online. I'll just briefly show you the web page. So it's on our ECAN website, and it's just called Measuring CWMS Progress. It basically takes you through all of the targets, and if you click on them, it'll give you the 2021 report. So you can basically go through it. It's available to the public, provides a lot of information depending on how many times you want to click through the links.
Can you just explain again, just run through what we need to, how do we get into that? Because I've tried and it says, no information and those sort of things. So just maybe if you could give us Chair, a little short statement by email and emails about go here, go here, go here. Thank you.
Thanks. So basically, at the request of the regional committee, we moved the 2021 report online, and the focus on the reporting also changed to focus more on outcomes reporting rather than just looking at the actions as the past reports provided. And because it's online, we can provide additional information to links to other agencies, the reports that are published by other agencies, and including providing a better, I think, regional understanding of all the work that is happening through zone committees and the projects that they are funding. In 2019 and 2020, we also had the CWMS Fit for the Future project. That project developed interim goals for 2025 and 2030 to cover the gap between 2020 and 2040, which was part of the original strategy document. This covered, basically the interim goals were, I guess, trying to provide better guidance for the region in order to make sure that we were meeting the 2040 outcomes. So following that Fit for the Future project, my team worked with the Canterbury Operations Forum, which has representatives of all councils, including ECAN, to develop work programs with each of the CWMS partners to deliver on the 2025 goals. The intention was that these work programs could be funded and delivered through LTPs and zone committee action plans, which were being developed by the zone committees. And to allow time for each partner and committee to make progress on implementing the work programs, the Canterbury Mayoral Forum basically set the next reporting time frame for 2025. So this slide basically just gives you an example of what the work programs look like. This is the Environment Canterbury work program. It covers basically the pieces of legislation, back in 2019, 2020. So it looked at the effects of the NPSs they could have on the work programs for the councils. It also provided a little bit of some of those key actions that councils could take to deliver on the targets that are our responsibilities, but also giving councils a heads up around in terms of how they would focus the work to deliver on the CWMS as well as their LTP community outcomes. The zone committee action plans, which were basically defined by each committee's key objectives over a 3-year period, focusing on 3 to 5 priority areas, which were shaped by the letter of shared priorities provided by each of the relevant councils and mana whenua when they were participating in this process, as well as the zone's zippers, targets, and goals. And each year, dedicated funding has been allocated by the zone committees to support initiatives based on the action plans. So in terms of where we're currently at, we started work on looking at the progress reporting late last year, and to ensure that reporting is fit for purpose, we've had to make some revisions to some of the goals because some of them are not aligned to current requirements and or have legislation impacts on them, legislation changes impacts. So for example, the current 2025 goals for drinking water say that communities that have access to untreated and safe drinking water continue to have access to water that doesn't require treatment. However, Taumata Arawai now requires all community drinking water supplies to have increased treatment, such as chlorination. Likewise, the Kaitiakitanga goals have also been revised, as some of these are considered by our Tuia team on feedback from Papatipu Runanga to no longer be appropriate in line with Runanga expectations, as well as ECAN's aim to be a Te Riti Partner of Excellence. Where changes have been made, we've ensured that the goals remain relevant and any edits ensure that the goals remain true to the intent of the CWMS principles and the outcomes that we are still aiming for in 2040. The majority of the 2025 goals remain fit for purpose. In the past, the CWMS Regional Committee would have been the body that we would have taken our project updates and asked for feedback from a regional perspective based on all of the partners' input. The Mayoral Forum, as the owner of the CWMS, has agreed to the process that we just outlined in terms of revising the goals, and have also basically said that the Operations Forum, the Canterbury Operations Forum, which sits under the Mayoral Forum, will be in place of the Regional Committee, providing that oversight of development of the next online report, as well as providing input on progress from all of the CWMS partners. Progress towards the goals will also be assessed against the Zone Committee action plans. In terms of the reporting format, we'll be sticking to the 2021 online report, which basically provides a high-level regional assessment of progress against the 2025 goals, focusing on outcomes. It will provide updates from CWMS partners, zone committees, key agencies, and will include the actions and projects that these partners have undertaken over the last few years. The reporting will also touch on planned future work needed to progress to 2030 goals. As with past reports, this report is likely to highlight, although there has been a lot of work that has been done over the last few years by committees, communities, as well as the councils, there is considerable ongoing effort that is still required to meet the CWMS principles, targets, and goals. And the last slide is basically just a time frame in terms of when we will be taking our progress updates to the Mayoral Forum. And because we're seeking CWMS partners' feedbacks on changes to the goals and providing updates to the Canterbury Operations Forum, which has representatives of each councils, including ECAN, the Canterbury Operations Forum will be the body that will provide their feedback to the CEs and mayoral forums who have been receiving regular updates throughout this process on the approach to the reporting, as well as the ability to share the information with their own councils. The Mayoral Forum will receive a draft online report at their meeting in May for feedback, after which the report will be published and made available to the public online in June. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that presentation. I suppose we've got questions. I've just got one question, and I might have missed the memo here somewhere, but there was a biannual report, and now it's moved to 4 years. It's been 4 years since we've done the last one, and then is it another? And now the next one after 2025 will be 2030. So who made those decisions to change the timeframes of the reports? I might have missed something here, but I was just unsure.
Yeah, thank you, and that's a good question. I know Vicky, I know Councillor Southworth is asking a similar question, and so when we did the last progress report, we've trawled through documents, and because we moved to an online setting, the intention was to update them more frequently over time rather than periodically every 2 years, and then update them again up to the 2025 goals. The staff understanding was that was a decision made by the Mayoral Forum at that point, but we haven't been able to track the exact recommendations. So there's been a few learnings for us through this, is actually making sure we've got a good paper trail of recommendations made.
Yeah, I'd be interested to sort of dig into that potentially a little bit further. I've got one more thing that I just wanted to ask, and then I'll go around for questions. The goals are, this is owned by the CWMS. I mean, the CWMS is owned by the Mayoral Forum or by Regional Council? It is the Mayoral Forum, isn't it? Yeah, so I'm kind of interested to see the link back to this group of elected members around the changes to the targets, because they do have impact on potentially work programs that we're thinking of in our minds, and a better alignment around some of those changes. So it's just something that I picked up just from your presentation that I think there could be a bit more work done in that space, especially when something just changes willy-nilly. But well, it's not willy-nilly, but you know what I mean. So I've got questions around the table. I think I'll start with Vicky. Is there anybody else that's got any questions? So Vicky, Grant, Mackenzie.
So, yeah, I was going to ask about, having acknowledged, my memory of the discussion around going online was that the intention, exactly as you just said, was that it would then be updated and actually could be more real time and reflect change and be there. Ultimately, it should be a staff and council opportunity to be assessing where we're getting and are we heading in the right direction fast enough? And clearly we're not. But, in this sort of system, you need that data and the information in it to be collated to keep driving decisions. So I very much hope that we aren't seeing this as a shift to going to only every 4 years that we get the reporting. And I do know, I did go back and look at the Mayoral Forum papers and can see essentially they've seen in terms of the papers going to Mayoral Forum and the reporting to them, it's gone back to essentially the old-fashioned reports that were from 2019 and before, where it's really a collection of actions and not an awful lot of where are we at with the outcomes. And so that did concern me. So I'm really pleased to see that this report we're going to get will be outcomes focused. I am a bit, do feel like there's maybe a lack of opportunity. I recognise the timeframe's tight, so this might be why. But I feel like I know when that 2021 report came out that there was some bit of consternation because it did look like pretty much nothing had really got very far, and we were missing a lot of the targets, bar irrigation area, and in some ways because we were trying to look at the whole of Canterbury, which is enormous. I discovered it's a third of the size of England the other day. I worked that one out. It's a huge area, so to try to say where are we at on these targets collectively, as in the sense of the whole of the region, misses a lot of information, and a lot of good work gets sort of lost by the averaging. And so I would like to think in time these reports would go down to, I think the freshwater management units is really the right way to look at it, because it helps you to understand what needs to happen within this freshwater management unit, and that would be a really great communicator to the local groups that we were just talking about before, for them to be able to get their heads around where is my particular local area freshwater system at and what needs to change. Like that's like the Whakaora Healthy Harbour system. We look at the system, we know what that looks like. So yeah, just really, is there an intention now to have that targets report updated on a regular basis, and is there an intention that it will go to being a more useful scale than the whole of Canterbury in time?
And through to you, they're excellent questions, because you'll remember, or you'll know very well, that within this council's long-term plan, we moved to a bunch of outcomes within there, which is kind of really quite progressive. And so there's a lot of work going on about how this work nestles with the reporting that we're going to do against that outcomes framework, because we're absolutely wanting to kind of shift this into that kind of outcomes space. And also absolutely agree that it's more nuanced than just a red, amber or green across the region with regard to how we're doing tracking against some of these outcomes. So we have to do a good job within this one of absolutely articulating what are the highlights, but investigate where there's opportunities to do more kind of granular, how we're going across different parts of Canterbury. We haven't nailed it quite yet, but we absolutely acknowledge the need to do that.
Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Mel, for that update. Just a couple of comments, and then I'll ask a question. I'm just picking up what Councillor Mackay said before about trying to ensure that in the workshopping sort of next phase, maybe some experienced or councillors that are experienced in the zone committee process. I've had 15 years, Councillor Mackay's probably 20 years, just to even sit in those meetings and provide advice or comment of whatever, to contribute to the discussion would be really good. The other issue that you talked about was the scale. I think it was page 9. Are we looking at freshwater management units? Well, there's a bit of a relationship there with the RPS. The Waimakariri Zipper talked about proceeding with sub-catchment management planning or strategies, so that you're actually providing more localised, bespoke solutions for smaller spatial areas that people can understand within that. So I presume in terms of the strategic process that these leadership groups can take, that's something that they can look at in terms of saying, okay, you've got a collective over here and one over there and one over there. How do you manage those in a strategic sense to fit in with, say, the freshwater management unit goals? So I think it's really good. So in terms of the goals of the targets, in the 2021 review process, some of the targets were diminished in importance a little bit. And I'm thinking especially the target of recreation and amenity, and the target of and I wondered if, in terms of this review and this new setup, there's three targets that I wonder if that zone committees or whatever the new committees are can actually handle. One of them is the goal related or the target related to irrigated land area. The other's a target related to energy security and efficiency, and then the other one, regional and national economic growth. They are not necessarily non-statutory kind of things, and it worries me that further consideration is needed as to whether they're within scope.
Councillor Edge,
for those groups.
We've got about 5 other people who want to.
So
we've got 5 minutes.
That's my query. Yeah. The scope of the targets in specific. Is there some way of checking that out with the group?
Through you, Chair, we've got a truckload of work to get through on the next couple of months, and I think you raised good questions around kind of the scope of the targets. Our effort for the next couple of months is to test progress or assess progress against the 2025 goals, and so I think there'd be a later conversation around, well, looking at the 2030 goals, is there a scoping question there?
So, Councillor Ward, I'll get to you after Councillor Sunkel, but I've got Councillor Mackenzie next.
Thank you. I'll try and be quick. But in your progress report, will you comment on the frustrations that are getting in the way of communities being able to deliver on some of the outcomes? Because I know we've had consenting issues, we've had legal challenges such as the EDI or ELI or whatever they call themselves challenge, which is putting the ability to enforce compliance with consents on quite big areas of Canterbury at risk, given that we've reverted back. We've got Runa objections to some of the catchment initiatives, and then you've got a whole lot of science stuff where, even though you've got communities doing all the right things, it's going to take a long time for it. Maybe the science is now reflecting that it seems to be going to be taking longer than perhaps was imagined 10 years ago to actually deliver on some of the water quality outcomes. So will the report reflect on all those things that have changed or are changing and are providing challenges to delivering on the outcomes?
Through the chair, thank you for the question. In some cases, yes, if we have enough information that shows these are some of the frustrations, but across all of the targets, because the goals are so visionary and so high level, there will be various levels of frustration across different communities and agencies, just in terms of funding, other priorities taking precedent. And where we know there's certain barriers, these are definitely raised in some sections, but due to the online format, there's a limited amount of text we can provide, but we do provide links to other agencies' reports, and these other links will provide, a better understanding of some of those barriers.
Look, I just think it would be useful feedback for the community if you can build in as much information as you can.
Thanks, Councillor Mackenzie. We've got Councillor Ward online.
Yeah, just adding to what Ian said, some frustrations. I mean, I sort of personally believe in my own area the current model is not really working, and recently we wanted to tidy up some water quality in the Wairepo Arms, and it's a $65,000 project, and we've got $33,000 of consenting costs, and I mean that's just absolutely ridiculous when it's a project that the whole community wants to get involved in. And I just believe going forward we need to do fewer things well and align our purpose through catchment groups, and all parties can be involved. There's no reason why they can't, and at least cost. I mean, we're continually faced with rate rises, and we need to look at the current zone committee because it's very expensive to run in its current state.
Have you got a question, Councillor Ward?
No, that was just a statement, sorry.
That's okay. We'll move on to Councillor. Has anybody got a question? So then I'll go to Councillor Sunkel, then Chair Pauline, then Councillor Mackay, and then we'll close off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for these reports. I read the technical report, and there seemed to be an underlying kind of theme running through the challenge that zone committees had with other entities or groups, whether they be catchment groups or like doing stuff and having more money and funding. And so there's a question on my mind, is some of this about control or facilitation, and does or will the new groups be more in the line of facilitating, or is there a thought of control and direction, given so much of what needs to be done is non-statutory? So just in my mind, are we going to look to facilitate, or is it more about controlling and deciding what will be done in a community? Because if we look at our catchment groups and those groups that are working on the ground, they are from the ground up, grassroots, there because they want to be. So there will be a challenge if we become prescriptive and controlling as opposed to facilitating and enabling.
Through you, Chair, very much on the facilitating, kind of aligning the work of councils to what is already happening out there in the community and providing that connection as well. Very much know if there's any intention to control, it wouldn't be received very well.
Councillor Chair Pauline.
Yeah, kia ora, everybody. Hey, thanks, Cam and team, Martin and Melissa. Thanks so much for all the work that you've been doing on this. It's been really good. And it's been great working alongside you and the Mayoral Forum team as well that's been there, and the Runanga team. Just want to touch on a few points. It's been a real tightrope we've been walking on this one, because like Cam said, like some districts are really happy with their current structure and current committees, and others aren't. And so, maybe the Runanga aren't as well, or some Runanga aren't. So that's what we've been walking, and that's sort of represented in what we've come up with, is we're trying to find a common ground here that can work for everybody, and so that's why those three groups in the middle are important, and then being able to grow them or whatever you need to do in the local setting. So that's what we've been trying to do. But I like what you've come up with prioritise, align, recommend. I just think there's a few things like connect was always a big thing for the working group. So that might be another word we add in, and that actually speaks to the blue circle there with community engagement, advocacy, monitoring, reporting, as well as what John's just said about connecting with those. And I think we've been real conscious of not putting in that implementation stuff, because we understand that there's groups in the catchments that are already doing stuff, so we don't want to step on their toes. We want to connect to them, we want to link to them, we want to bring them in as well and connect them to the work of the regional councils and the district councils and the Runanga. So I think that's really important. To what Vicky said earlier on, and almost what Grant said as well about sub-regional strategies and stuff, I think that's what we've definitely picked up on too, that things like whakaora, there's the Waitara Coal strategy, those are really good examples of where it works really well. So we're trying to say, again, don't step all over them, just amplify them, link to them, make sure there's a link back into these structures and into the councils, etc. So that's what we've been real conscious of. So I think, Grant, in a word, yes, that can happen, but that'll be up to the structures going forward. I think it's really important that the recommend is actually back into things like long-term plans, annual plans, and being real explicit about that, as well as there might be funding that we go for together as groups, either Crown funds or whatever. So I think that's really important. So that can be more on the detail of it, but that's something that we've definitely talked about. As well as there might be Runanga funding or annual plans, even DOC, LINs, others, that have annual funding cycles that we want to link into. And the only thing I want to say, the representatives on the working party, I think that could be tricky because it was agreed to by the Mayoral Forum. But what happened with Phil, he brought along an advisor, he didn't bring another councillor along. So just to clarify that. So he brought his advisor along to help him give that background that Claire mentioned. So I think it would be difficult to add more councillors to it, to be honest, without going back to the Mayoral Forum. That's just thinking that through. But there have been proxies done, so if someone couldn't make it, like Anne couldn't make it, I think someone else came in her place. So I think that's fine. And the only other thing I want to say, just a note before, I think we have a general thing in this chamber that we don't really name people by name, and I heard that earlier on, and I think it's all okay to use someone's title and their position that they may hold, but I don't think we should be naming people by names and racking that up in here. Thank you.
I missed it. Councillor Mackay, did you have something you wanted to say?
I did have a little bit, but look, I agree. Both of the comments that Councillor Sunkel and Chair Pauling have just made. I think there is some clarity, and I do thank the staff for bringing this paper. And yes, I read Martin's report, and I thought everybody's saying similar stuff. And those of you who know that I've sat here, I've always been an enthusiastic and great supporter of the CWMS zone committees, but I really do think it's time that that they move on to something else. And iterative was a word that I learnt very early in 2010. Everything was about an iterative process. And so this just feels like another step as we move on. And I have spent a heck of a lot of time thinking about this paper since it came out and reading the review, the technical report that's been done, just thinking about what is the best structure. And I'm pretty comfortable with where we've landed if we can get everybody at the table. But I'm probably still struggling a little bit with around what the role is. And I take on board Chair Pauling's comment about not stepping on so much on people's toes, because to me, it seems, and I felt it in the report, the technical report a little bit, that we seem to have failed to acknowledge the real outstanding work that's been done on the ground over the last 15 years. And it hasn't always been led by zone committees. In fact, I don't know that it's really been led by zone committees. It's been led by community groups, urban and rural, who've wanted to get in front of the regulatory wagon that's going to come down the road and hit them at some stage. They know about that. So that's the driver of this. And that's the importance about the bottom up on the ground stuff. And I'm pleased to hear that there's been some cognizance taken around the fact of that. So, and particularly, the collectives, whether they be irrigation companies or catchment collectives or Banks Peninsula, Trust or things like that. So I think that's really important to actually consider going forward around what our role is. And if it turns out to be very strategic, very governance, and how that we connect sensitively to all these communities, because there is a lot of them. And I think, did I see somewhere 180 groups across Canterbury? I think, might be wrong on that actual figure, but it's a huge amount of groups already out there doing a heap of good work. But nobody wants to be told what to do. and that's the biggest fear as us as a regulator or as Environment Canterbury Council sitting here. We do probably have a little bit of tendency to direct and tell rather than to provide that guidance. So, if we can provide guidance and support and facilitation, I'd be much more comfortable. So keen to watch the space, and if there was an opportunity to share my concerns with the chair, I'd be happy to take that up. So.
Good work. I think Councillor Robinson, you had one last thing. Then we'll have to close off because we need to move on.
Mine's more of just sort of a discussion comment. Is this for now?
Yeah. Just if
right?
You've got something.
I'm probably very different to what's in the room at the moment. I'm not a fan of the management strategy at all. No matter how we label it or put a focus on it, I'm not a fan of initiating some of the projects and agenda on the strategy. I think there's a risk that particular individuals, or there's a particular capture of industry involved, as in we've got to focus completely on a strategy that puts an agenda on a particular industry. And that's how I feel, and I've analysed a lot of different things. But, you know, right now I'm looking at water abstraction information provided, and it's part of the strategy, talking about aquifer recharges, further storage facilities, and I guess a focus on providing vast water for a particular industry and not looking at the overall picture of other scenarios. I'd like to see the progress definitely mid-year to see what's really going on, because at the moment I feel that a lot of us are flying blind. But when I look at the map for the project ahead, I'm really concerned at some of the proposed storage from the Waimakariri right down to Waitaki. And I think if we need to assess things, it's actually the projects going forward, and are they still fit for purpose in the current water?
Councillor Robinson.
No, I'm sorry.
We need to move on.
We
take
might
your
need to
point.
move on, but I've just everyone else has had their chance, and I've held mine to the end. It's
Okay,
just a statement. I'm
okay.
very concerned. Unlike some of the other people in the room, that's fine. I'm allowed a contrary. Yeah, that's what
No,
I
that's
feel.
fine. I was just. Have you
Yeah,
got anything
finished.
else you wanted to say? Because I think it's got Councillor
That's fine.
Southwood.
Very quick question, but
You ask a very quick question, because we do need to break and give the staff time as well.
Okay. So, well, my quick question was Dock and Lens. There are times where we hear around this council table from some councillors that Dock in particular is somewhat of a contributor to the poor freshwater outcomes in some parts, and thinking particularly around also pest management, gorse, and those sorts of things. And so are they invited in? Because, I mean, they are significant landowners and have a significant role to play within at the catchment scale. So are they also going to be invited in? I know we have an observer from DOC that comes to the zone committees, but where do they fit in the picture here?
Yes, we're absolutely thinking, much as we thinking about connections and sensitive connections with catchment groups, how do these new leadership groups engage with DOC and Lynn's very much so.
On page 8, you've got central government agencies as one of the things. Yeah. Okay.
DOC and Lynn's in particular. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much for the work that you're doing on this. I think you can see by the questions and the breadth of the questions that it is of interest of councillors, and there's obviously different views here. So. Good to take those away and for us to work on those. We'll come back at 12:40 so that we have some time for the staff and everybody to have a bit of a break and some lunch. We'll see you soon.
sorry if we're a little bit late. Our last session finished a little bit late, but thank you. Let's get on with the annual plan update. I know we've got a big meeting next week on this, but hand over to you, Taff.
Kia ora, councillors. Thanks, Craig. So we basically, the purpose of today, as you'll have seen in the slide pack, is to just bring you back the fees and charges following the last briefing, and then Dave's going to talk a little bit about the rates movements, and then Ross is going to talk through the consultation approach that we didn't get to in the last session. So I'm going to take most of the early slides as read. I just wanted to draw your attention to this last bullet point on the bottom here, because this is new from when we put this slide up at the last briefing. So because there were questions around the current year end forecast came up at the last briefing, and what the position that we'll be in at the end of the year. So we're going to bring that back, obviously, prior to the deliberations piece for councillors. And Dave may be able to speak a little bit more about that if you need anything else on what we'll bring back, but that essentially will bring back. And also the feedback that we got on the consultation document and the annual plan document itself. Actually, there was quite a few questions in there from councillors around particularly some assumptions that have been made, inflation assumptions, interest rates, etc. So we will bring in that back as part of deliberations as well. So just giving you the assurance that information will come back to you before you're making any decisions, and if there's any changes in those assumptions, then again Dave's team will be bringing those back for those conversations. And so the first bit we wanted to cover off was just the recap of the fees and charges piece that we realised that we dropped on you at the last briefing in terms of this slight change in direction and how we wanted to have that conversation with the community. So just a reminder that there's 3 parts to the changes that are being proposed to the fees and charges schedule. Simplifying the deposits, adjusting some of the fixed fees and deposits, and then this last one, which was the one that's really the main one for discussion, which is the hourly charges in order to meet the finance and revenue strategy policy targets. So what we've done with the information that you gave us, and I'm not going to touch on this slide because this is just the recap of the why. But then what we've done with what we got from the last briefing was, you recall, we brought it sort of framed up with the 4.7% average increase in hourly rates, and we've just shifted that back based on the guidance that we got last time to what we originally needed to meet the LTP year 2. So we put that as the 14.1, and then we have provided an alternative. So we framed it up not as his option A, option B, but this is our proposal, which is what we need to do because, if you recall, this is a special consultative procedure with a statement of proposal. So this is council's proposal, but we have put in an alternative as a bit of an example of what something different could look like if we staged it over time. So this is how this is now being framed up. And then the consultation questions, taking your feedback from last time as well. So simplifying this question to just, do you have a current resource consent or anticipating getting one, yes or no, so that we know who it is that's responding, whether it's a service user or a ratepayer. These are the first 2 parts, the simplified consent deposit structure, very little change in there other than taking out the use of initial fixed fee, which obviously caused a bit of confusion or had potential to confuse the community, and that councillors had pointed out we could remove. The amendments to some fixed fees and deposits. And then this one is sort of the framing of the question just being shifted. And then basically, is it being supported to get to the 66% in one go? And then anything else that people would like to make any comment on anything to do with the fees and charges schedule. So that's not just limited to the 3 points that we're consulting on, but anything, because we'll share the draft of the whole schedule. So any questions on any of that at this time?
Claire?
Yeah, thanks very much. Thanks for thanks for the slides and the clarity around them. The only thing I have got a question to ask, and I feel a bit guilty because I haven't actually gone back and looked at all our long-term plan briefings, but how did we go about deciding the 66%? How did we go about when we've got a revenue and policy range, then we actually decided some stuff? And I know that at the time Aurora sat here and there was lots of toing and froing about potential figures and trying to grab some money back to make reductions. But, did we make it obvious in the long-term plan to our constituents or to the Canterbury people that 66 for this year and 74 and suddenly we've reached the top of a thing? So
I don't know how it got the figure got reached, and I know Dave won't know that either, but we can certainly come back to you on that. To be honest, Councillor, we did not put 66% in the information. There was a budgeted amount, a dollar amount that we needed to recover. So that target percentage and getting back into the range, I understand, was discussed, and I think it was in one of the briefings when we did discuss that, was that we need to get back within our policy range. But framing it up the way we're framing it up now, so overtly, did not happen within the long-term plan, is my understanding. So it's a valid point in terms of how we're now wanting to frame this up.
Supplementary, if I may. I think it's actually important to be thinking about how we actually provide that information to people, because it's certainly a surprise to me. But I do know that we here as a council sat here and there was lots of toing and froing around that figure. But yeah, to then arbitrarily say that this is what it's going to be when we've actually got a range. I think that we do need to have that decision at some stage in the future.
And the decision was made as part of the adoption of the LTP what the budget was going to be. So the dollar figure was agreed by council as part of the LTP, specifically stating what the percentage would be. I apologise, but I'm not sure if that was raised in one of the briefings, but it wasn't in the LTP.
But we agreed to the dollar amount, which equates to 66%.
Yes. Yeah, correct.
So I take your point, Claire, but we also did agree to the LTP, and it's in there. It just wasn't explicitly said the percentages. Yeah.
I guess it's at every point of these discussions we can actually look at those dollar amounts anyway. So
yeah, for sure. Any other questions, Vicky?
Well, I suppose on the back of that, one question would be, could we put a question in saying, as a general ratepayer or as a ratepayer, would you like to subsidise consents by a greater or lesser amount? Here's our range. Where would you like it to sit? And then we could work out our hourly rates around that. Just a suggestion.
And I think that was the conversation that we brought back to the last briefing in terms of the value of asking that question, because you can probably work out what the answer would be, but also you have consulted on your revenue and financing policy, so you have a range already. When council reviews in the future the policy, you may then have that conversation and you may want feedback from the community at that time around, is that policy setting right? But you do have that policy which is agreed with the community, and that's what year 2 was doing, was returning us into the policy setting. During deliberations, you will obviously then be deciding if you're happy to step straight back into the policy range at 66% or whether you want to make your way there more slowly. So
Good point, Vicky. But I think the way the staff have made this question is actually quite good, because it does a little bit of that, and it's saying we've got a target, we set it on an LTP. To reach that target, we need to do this, and it spells out clearly what's covered by general rates, which is sort of good because people can make that call based on if they're a general ratepayer or not. So yeah, or that everyone's a general ratepayer. Yeah.
And just to add as well, there is do you have a current resource consent or anticipate applying for one in the future? So we can pick up on the vested interest aspect of who says what.
Anyone else on this one? Grant?
Sorry, the previous slide. Previous to that, the actual deposit structure. Yeah, that one there. Can you clarify, in terms of people placing a deposit, it talks about, the consultation document talks about there's a deposit and there's a likelihood, or they may actually be charged more than that over time. But there's nothing really that I can see that suggests that there will be a refund on that deposit if the work required is much less. Is a refund going to happen?
I'd need to find out the answer to that question. Yep, from somebody in the team.
I think we have discussed that previously. It's a
yeah.
normal deposit structure, right? If you put a deposit in, there's a certain bill that gets generated. If it's not that much, you'd get that back. That's sort of, I'd assume. And if it goes over, you pay more. Isn't that right? Yeah.
I did ask that question of Aurora previously, and she said in some circumstances a refund may be appropriate.
Yeah. So really, it's just what I'm suggesting is in the consultation document, make that explicit for people. Otherwise, you'll get a whole lot of people saying no to those fixed deposits. Whereas if they sound reasonable and there's a likelihood of a simple application getting a refund, that gives people a bit of a clue.
I'm sure we can. I mean, it has been asked before, so it's something to clarify for people if they don't understand deposit structures. Yeah. All good. Anyway, it's not a massive change in the consultation document to just clarify something like that. All good. Anything else? Should we move on to the next bit? Let's go.
Kia ora, councillors. At the last workshop, there was some discussion and comment around trying to get a better understanding of the total rates movement across the region. What we've done is been able to highlight the table here to outline the total rates movement by territorial authority and to try and help councillors understand this, and at the same time just trying to give some brief explanation of a couple of obvious outliers to the average. The table is presented without stating the obvious, highlights the proportion of rates weighted to Christchurch, and hence how that hones in on more towards the average rate movement. It also draws your eye to the Selwyn area, and as well as we've provided in this pack the explanations around Selwyn and what's driving that movement. We've stress tested that further by taking the opportunity to have a look at a greater sample of properties in that area, just a cross-check. And what this has highlighted is that total rates increases proposed in that sample around the sort of 8 to 12%. However, there's kind of 2 points I'd make. One is with the growth in rating units in that area, you'll have a rating unit that will go from 0 rates, being a new property, to having rates, and that will be having an impact on the average. And the second thing it's highlighted is particularly in the Darfield area, in Selwyn, the proposed PT passenger service changes are having a significant impact on ratepayers in that particular area, where the passenger component of rates proposed is increasing significantly, and that's outlined actually in the consultation document. And this, across those few sample properties we looked at in Darfield, is seeing some urban properties showing an increase, a 60% total rate movement increase. So when you look at, I guess, the annual plan, draft annual plan, that should be, there is a significant PT increase, but this is what it translates to for those properties in Darfield, and just wanted to make you aware of that. And given that deeper dive into Selwyn and Darfield, we're proposing that in the annual plan document, we increase the sample properties for the community so that there's at least one in Rolleston, which there wasn't in the original one, and there's at least one in Darfield.
Thanks, Dave. Dion, you got a question?
Yeah, I think this is good to see this. But what I would far also prefer to, would like to see, is the dollar terms. If we're going to be doing these things in the future, dollar terms are more real for us comparatively to when we have conversations with our, in the rates conversations at the same time that TAs are having their conversations. The TAs' percentages are far bigger dollar term than our dollar term. For example, Christchurch's rates potentially in our city are going to go up 8% or something like that, which I think was about a $60 a year difference, which is when the average person thinks 8%, they're thinking 8% of their entire rates bill, but it's actually only about $60. So I think there could be some work done in that space.
Sorry, just if I can answer that. Sorry, Craig, because that's what we're doing with the sample properties. So they'll be showing the dollars rather than the percentage increase, so that you've got some examples of a high-end city property, a less capital value city property, and yeah, you can see what the money will look like. 'Cause you're right, that's exactly what people will be interested in. How much more am I paying? Yeah.
I know what Environment Southland did last year, I think, or the LTP, is, when they were doing it through their document, they gave that statistic about the average dollar value to an average home. That, there's heaps caveats on that, so it's got a little asterisk next to it, but it is helpful. So yeah, it's not just the sample properties. I know you can look them up and you can see sort of roughly how much that would be for a certain valued property. But in the same way as we do a percentage across the whole district, it might be good to translate that into a dollar value based on an average. So could just be helpful. Peter, and then I'll go to David.
I think the tyranny of actually doing any of this is the fact that the range is different for individuals. And
for sure.
We had quite a conversation last week about the fact that it's under 10%, that's a good number. But if you look at individual properties and even the comparison from the annual plan document, the first one we had, they range from 17% down to, I'm very, very happy with Waitaki because I think it's like minus in my house anyway in Waitaki. So I'm really happy with that. But I'm just wondering where you see a headline that says, ECAN rate increased 9%, then you look at your rates bill and it's gone up 15% or 16%, or even if it's gone down, it's I think there needs to be a wider visibility. So I'm just wondering whether there needs to be another column that says the range will be. The range is, the range is from here to here, because we tend to get bound up in, in the number at the end of the day, and whether we're happy or not happy with it, but individuals get knocked,
Got David next, and then I'll come to you, Ian and Claire.
That first percentage column, are those figures rounded to the nearest percent? Because for example, I think if you looked at Ashburton and applied the 2024 rates at 7%, it comes out 14,016 million. So it's $17,000 out. So I suspect that the Ashburton percentage might be 6.9%, not 7. Is that valid?
It's rounded to the whole percentage here.
Yeah.
Well, you did some analysis as to the reasons for the shift and so on, but I note that the urban Ashburton has got something like 17% rate rise. What's the reasons for that?
I'll have to come back to you on that. I haven't looked extensively at that range, but I will and come back to you.
Claire?
I just think that given that we've got a sample table and a movement with dollars in the annual plan document itself, I'm not sure that it's helpful to then add it in the consultation document, or a need to. And I think then the other thing that it becomes very biased because of the capital value and how we base our rates on capital value. So it can be quite misleading. And just because it's rated on capital value doesn't mean so that people have got the ability to actually pay it, or the cash in the bank, or can that it's affordable for them. So I think we just need to be very cognizant about, if we want to start changing too much, what messaging it could be. So I'm happy with it currently as it is. I'm not keen on some of the figures, but as for what information we provide, I'm happy with it.
Thank you, Claire. Anyone else? Shall we move on to the next bit? Grant, what's up?
Just a couple of queries on where we're at with the rates that we'd sort of set in terms of the 9.9. What inflation rate had we allowed for in our assessment to arrive at the 9.9%?
That's one of the factors we'll come back to you in the next briefing. There's a whole range of questions similar to this that we've got listed from your queries. We'll come back to you in a separate briefing.
Okay, that's good, because it's, and whether or not those assessments of an inflation rate, which is now potentially 2.2%, and interest rates dramatically falling, and there's talk, depending which bank you look at, it could fall to as low as 2.75% by the end of the year or early 2026. And what impact would that affect things if we reconsidered those within a fairly fast changing economic climate? And what would that do? Some guidance from staff on that, or at least giving us an option to look at that.
I think, as we heard earlier on, that's definitely what we can do through the deliberations, Grant. I mean, at the moment, we have to base it on what we've got, decisions we've made together to get something out to the community, to get the feedback in. But of course, during deliberations, the most up-to-date information can be brought to us so that we can make those final decisions around where things lie. So I think that's the plan. Yep. Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, no, I suppose I'm just thinking, well, if we know those things are happening now within the last 3 or 4 months, this has all happened and they're pretty important things. And if we'd been allowing, for example, 5% inflation and it's only 2.2, that has a big impact on where we're going, and the interest rates on debt and all those sort of things, again dropping dramatically. What does that do to all of our figures?
Yeah.
And I would have thought having that, trying to resolve that before we go out to public consultation would be quite good. But anyway.
Yeah. Not everything's possible because there's a process behind the scenes to get all this done, plus we've been away.
Yeah.
Everyone's been away. But take your point, would be good, but is it possible right now? But I think during deliberations, that's the most important time because our final decision is the one, that counts in the end for how much rate we take from people, or ask from people, sorry. Cool. Any other questions? Let's carry on. Oh, you got a question, David East?
Yeah, just querying the Latin. I presume it's Latin on the previous page. What's the significance of that? And
yes, good spotting, councillor. Kia ora, councillors. The purpose.
That's the new language we're going to go out with, David. Don't you know that?
Trust me, we that is not the finished product. That's just placeholder text. The intention of including these is just so you have a sense of what the visual content and how we'll be presenting some of the campaign collateral. So that was the purpose of including that slide. At the time it was developed, we didn't have the final wording of what we would be consulting on and how we would be triggering that interest. So that's why that is. So thanks.
Just hoping we're not offending anybody with the words on there, but yeah.
Just some trivia around this. Lorem ipsum, and that is actually transferred from the printing age into the digital age as the placeholder text that was used in books.
True.
Scripts.
Nice, thank you. Good bit of general knowledge. Yes, Genevieve.
Just a really weird question for clarity. With regards to the fees, that's GST exempt or plus GST? Because I know that as a particular council, we don't pay, you're not taxable for certain things. But for rates and receiving rates, do we add GST?
I believe that's the case. It's the income tax side that we have the exemptions, but not GST.
Kia ora. So on to this will seem a bit familiar to those of you who recall our conversation around the LTP. So this is a similar process. It's an opportunity for you to continue that conversation with the community and the key relationships that you hold around where we're heading as a council and the mahi that we deliver. It's also an opportunity to reiterate the decisions that were made in the LTP, our work program. So just encourage you to take this opportunity through the awareness campaign that we'll be running throughout the consultation period to have those conversations and bring that information and that knowledge back to the table. Just noting there the second last bullet point, we'll be trying to be very clear and explicit in our promotional material about what decisions have and haven't been made. The decision hasn't been made about a final rates amount. we've got proposals that we're putting to the public, and that's what we're seeking feedback on. So, next Steph.
Well, I guess my question is really, given that there's one set of questions about urban transport, another question about consent, fixed fees and charges for consents, but where's the consultation? What's the community going to be asked about? So what's the urban Ashburton community going to be asked about when they're facing a 17% rate rise on top of what was, I think, a 25% rate rise last year? What's the conversation? What are we going to ask them?
I mean, there aren't options for that because it was agreed in the long-term plan and the decision was made by council to adopt the long-term plan, which included year 2. So we are only consulting for the annual plan on those urban transport pieces. And then we're running the fees and charges consultation in parallel to the annual plan consultation. So those will be 2 different conversations, but just running in parallel. In terms of the opening up the whole of year 2 of the long-term plan and future, anybody in the community can make comment on any of that. So when we're putting it out to the community, this is the annual plan, although we're being very specific around the urban PT, it also has open-ended questions that people can give any feedback at all, and they can obviously give feedback directly to you as councillors that you can bring back in deliberations. Noting that anything that, if you brought back and council made some other decisions that wanted to significantly change what you have in the long-term plan, you may need to reconsult.
So as a councillor for Selwyn and the Ashburton districts, my message to the constituents will be, we put all our effort into reducing rates in Christchurch, but nothing for you guys. Is that the message we're putting out?
And I think that's a bit unfair because we agreed to the long-term plan. We all were involved in that, and at the end of that process, we all agreed, well, a majority, to cut $2 million out of our budgets. That's what happened. Staff had to go and deal with that. We knew that the year 2 figure was in there too, and we all agreed to that. So we've been through that. And then the things that have come off now, the reductions that we're making, we're spelling them out clearly, and we're asking the community if they are happy with that. That's what we're doing. We've made reductions on the things we can. The other figures didn't change, and we all have been through this process over the last 3 months to go through that. So I understand your point, and yes, you can tell your ratepayers in Ashburton and Selwyn the key things that you think. So, and they've got a right to tell us back that they think it's too high or whatever. So that's totally up to them. But the specific consultation questions are based on our proposal that we've put forward, and that's the proposal we've put forward. And we've all agreed to that. Yeah, Grant?
Just picking up on that in terms of the original year 2 had 15.5%, is that right? We're now down 9.9. I raised the issue at the last AP briefing that we had about consideration for reducing the general rate deficit that was showing up as a negative. I think what the chair is suggesting is that discussion or the information around how that works will come back to us pre-deliberations, that we're not making changes now. Because I had this thought that, well, okay, at the moment I think the debt level, correct me if I'm wrong, is anticipated to be about 10 million short in the general reserves. But in which case, if we took the and just to clarify, in the LTP discussions, there was an idea that every year going forward we would try to reduce that debt by 2.5 million. And has that been accounted for in the 9.9? Yes.
Sorry, and yet just on that is we've captured all of the feedback that you gave into what will come into that briefing that we'll bring forward, so including things like replenishing of the reserves, the use of the reserves, the inflationary assumptions, the interest rate assumptions, all of those things we'll bring back in the same financial briefing.
Any others? Let's carry on.
Kia ora. I won't labour the point on this slide. Just wanting to note and thank councillors who provided feedback. Just for your information, we received roughly 25 comments in relation to the consultation document. Most of those changes have been implemented, and thank you for your suggestions. They've certainly aided the clarity of the information that we're presenting, so we do appreciate that, and you'll see those in the documents that come for your adoption next week. Just want to want to point out that last note there that, as you will have noticed when you reviewed the document, there are the specific questions we're asking of the community where there's a genuine opportunity to provide feedback and influence your decision. There are some things that are perhaps beyond our control, or where we're reinforcing decisions that you've already made through the LTP or other processes. Those are there because we know there's a level of interest from the community, so they've been included. But otherwise, we're sticking to the topics as agreed. So probably of interest to you is, well, what are we doing to help you with these community conversations? Much like we did with the LTP, we'll be providing you with some material to support you with that conversation, including printed copies of consultation document in the submission form. Yes, we know that for many people, they will engage with our content and provide their feedback online, but when you're heading out to have those community conversations and interacting with people, you may need to, or feel that it's, you're best supported if you have physical documents. And for some people, that's their preference. So, it would be remiss if we didn't consider that as well. We'll also provide you with a template of PowerPoint slides that you can take to present to various groups that you interact with, social media tile, and some draft wording to help promote the conversation that we're having in the campaign, and a list of some of the events that are happening throughout the period of consultation that you might like to attend. Some of those will be staff initiated, primarily driven around raising awareness of the topics and what the opportunity is for the community involvement. Others are perhaps more interactive, where maybe it's appropriate for councillors to attend. And I'm thinking about things like some of the markets. We're thinking about pop-up events around, say, Rolleston, around the park and ride facility there, maybe attending the market so that we capture both the users of the public transport service that we're asking specific questions about, but also those who don't use it currently, because they might have a view on maybe the service uplift and whether that would get them across the line and using the service. So also we're thinking more broadly across the region and thinking about our rural audience, noting that there are events and activities like South Island Agricultural Field Days that coincide with when we're open for consultation. So we'll be looking to have an attendance at that. So there's those kinds of opportunities as well. And obviously one of the things that will no doubt be of interest to you is detailed information, we've referred to those as back pocket notes, about some of the key issues and some of the things that you've raised in the chamber here today and in other days, some of the more specific detail that isn't appropriate, say, to put in the consultation document itself, but is really helpful for you to support those conversations. As I mentioned, we'll be doing a bit of a broad approach to raise general awareness, reiterates a bit about what our role is as a regional council, and also primarily just to drive traffic to our online platform where people can participate. It's a mix of paid and unpaid, direct outreach to various stakeholder groups, community groups, culturally and linguistically diverse communities. I think we've got about 250 odd people on a database that we can send some information to and ask them to disseminate that further. Unpaid media columns, media releases, there's a range of activity. And of course, the last point there, which I think we mentioned during the LTP, staff have an interest in this, they're members of the community, so we'll be providing advice for them about how to do so in a safe way. And just to wrap up, pending any questions, just the last slide there just outlines the process from here, just noting that the agenda will go live towards the end of this week for next week's meeting, where you will consider adopting that consultation document and the draft annual plan. And then we're open for consultation pretty soon after that, and that's a bit of a stretch for us. We normally have a bit more lead time, but we really want to capitalise on the decision that you have made and the interest in that when you make that decision, and let people give their feedback straight away. And then we're into hearings, deliberations, and then hopefully adoption in June. Just noting too that when you adopt the annual plan and the consultation document, that is what you're adopting. It's not signalling a preference, and I would again remind you of the care and caution around how you frame the conversation with the community to avoid any perception of predetermination in your decision. When you're having those conversations, these are proposals that we're putting to the public, and you will consider their feedback along with a range of other information and staff advice before you make that final decision in June.
Thanks, Ross. Any questions or feedback yet, Dion?
I have one question, and I forgot to ask it before when I was talking about the dollars and that table that you made, which is very thankful for you to do that. In our consultation document, we have the rates affordability benchmark, which we've set, at 10%, which is our internal thing that we've just said 10%. I don't know whether that's. What am I trying to say? The Selwyn district is 17%. Does that mean that that's unaffordable? I don't know how the benchmark is. It just an overall as a region, or do we actually break that down? Because I feel it's slightly disingenuous in terms of the way we present the affordability metric in the financial benchmarks when we've got some areas that are considerably higher.
So I think just to clarify the information that's provided, that is the total rate take from the district, not the rate increase for an individual property. The way that we currently allocate rates is that we work out the total that Environment Canterbury needs to raise or has agreed to raise from its ratepayers. It then divides that by the capital values across all 10 of the TAs, and that is then divided within each TA by the rateable properties within it. The reason for the large growth on that graph, on that slide for Selwyn, is because compared to the rest of the region, its capital value has significantly increased. So therefore, we will be raising more of our total rates from Selwyn, but not necessarily more from each individual ratepayer. That depends on things like the PT rate, which is contributing to that. So, I have moved to Selwyn into a new property. I wasn't there in a previous analysis. There are so many more houses being built in Selwyn that become rateable that they now represent 17% of our total capital base within the region.
That's not how I read that. It's 11% of our total rate base, but the movement is 17%.
The movement is 17%. Yeah.
So, but my question is, and I'll go, and it's actually in the consultation document draft. If you go through those scenarios that you've created, those average scenarios, there are half a dozen of those scenarios where the rates dollar increase that the ratepayers will be paying is more than the 10% that we've set as our affordability benchmark. Does that mean that when we look in the in that box, in that little box on the rates, what is it called, the financial benchmarks, that we say that 10% target of affordability has been met because we're at a total rate of 9.9, but does that not reflect poorly or misinterpret or misrepresent those areas where it is actually increasing more than that 10%? So I'm just wanting clarity on that particular matter because it doesn't feel like it's reflecting fair.
So the benchmark is set on the average increase in our total rates, and we're currently proposing an increase of 9.9%. So it's the benchmark is the total, and as we've reported and discussed in previous sessions, we have exceeded the benchmark or the target in previous years, which was set at 5% from memory. That number obviously may change depending on our financial performance for the rest of the year, decisions council makes through deliberations, changing interest rates, inflation, and the assumptions we make. And that will, as has already been indicated, will be brought back. We're saying at the moment, based on the assumptions that underpin the long-term plan and the decisions the decisions that council decided to go out to consultation with, that all other things being equal, if nothing changes, then our total rate will go up by 9.9%. Yeah.
Thanks, Giles. Thank you. I think we're done that presentation, haven't we? Thank you. Thanks, team. Thanks, Dave, Ross, and Taff. Really good. Thank you. We've got our next. We're actually ahead, so that's good. I think we should keep going while we're ahead if we can. So, Giles, I think you're up with the corporate and council and corporate policy briefing. Happy to have like a couple of minutes if you want a couple of minutes. Yep. So we'll just have a couple of minutes while we just get set up for this next presentation because we're a bit ahead. Kia ora. There you go, Giles. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So this briefing is following the last Audit and Risk Committee that took place in November when, through the work that we've done on health and safety, there was a deep dive into the driving and motor vehicle policy. At that session, it was requested by the members of the committee that it would be helpful for councillors to have more visibility and to be reminded of the corporate policies that apply to them in their roles and what that means. That's been a useful exercise for us and has highlighted the importance of us taking into account in planning future induction about making sure that the material is appropriately covered if it hasn't been in the past. So what we're proposing to do here is to put those policies in the context of the overall legislative framework and governance framework which councillors operate under, and then to go through individually those policies which are also relevant to councillors as well as being relevant to staff, and then to just list those other corporate policies that we do not believe have a direct application to councillors, and then to close. We'll pause after each policy that we've talked about and ask if there are any questions. So I'm going to hand over to David and Robin, I think.
Kia ora anō koutou. So the purpose of this slide is really just to set the context in which councils that are policies that apply to councils sits within. So obviously there are provisions within the Local Government Act that pertain to your responsibilities as councillors. Then of course you have your standing orders, which sets the frame for how you conduct your meetings. And those are relevant in this context. The Members' Code of Conduct, which we discussed this morning, is also relevant, particularly with regard to your behaviour expectations and how that works, and then finally the councillor expenses and allowances reimbursements policy, which flows from the Remuneration Authority, who independently set council remuneration requirements. And so each of those, you might say, sit at a macro level, under which the policies that the team are going to take you through then apply.
So this lists the policies that we have within our corporate policy suite that are, we believe, are directly applicable to councillors and explicitly mention or implicitly mention councillors. What you'll see up there is that we have a policy owner, which is at a director level, and then there is a policy monitor, who is the person who is responsible for ensuring that the policy is kept up to date and that training is provided and that we monitor compliance with the policy. So we're going to go through each of these in turn, as I said, and we've got the relevant GM with us. And so we'll start with the fraud policy, which Dave will touch on. Sorry. All policies, just a summary in terms of the highlights, in terms of all policies apply to employees. So in some of the slides, you'll see we specifically mention councillors, but actually in the policy themselves, they refer to a much broader group of staff. As David said, they should be seen in conjunction with the wider framework. And as I mentioned at the start, we will be reviewing how we cover and ensure that appropriate training and guidance is added to in terms of the councillor induction that will take place later in the year after the elections. So if we start with the fraud policy, Dave?
I'll take this as read, but just highlight a couple of things. So there's a really strong linkage with this policy and the Members' Code of Conduct, and I guess that's common sense and makes sense. On the second slide, so there's two slides here, we just flick to the second one. The other point I'll make is the definition's really important, not only for staff but for councillors to understand the definition. I often think about this around the gain bit, the gain for oneself or any associated person. And the third point I'd make is that obviously we want to make sure that you are all supported, as we do with staff, around what can be really sensitive allegations, and just highlighting here the mechanisms that you have to do that and the channels with which you have to do that. So
Are there any questions on the fraud policy that people want to raise? Nope. So next we have the protected disclosure policy, which Joe.
Tēnā koutou katoa, ko Joe Domagana ho. It's my first time with you all. Lovely to meet you and see you. With regards to this policy, also take it as read, but I think the key point probably is also on the second slide for you to note, and that is who your protected disclosure officers are. They're myself as GM people, Robin here, and we're just figuring out who our third person will be, who's the appropriate role within the organisation. So if you have any questions about whether something is or isn't protected or what your duty is, feel free to come and see us. But hopefully everything else within here is fairly self-explanatory. Kia ora.
Any questions on this one? And thanks, Joe. Kia ora.
So now cover the privacy policy, which Robin as General Counsel is the monitor for.
Kia ora, councillors. This is also an important policy that's mentioned in your code of conduct. It applies to all officers of council and to councillors as well. It's really important that you're familiar with the 13 information privacy principles that were enacted in the new Privacy Act of 2020. It's broadly around having a legal purpose for the collection of personal information. And if you ever, I wonder, do those links work? So could you click into that and see the privacy principles? Awesome. You should also know that if you become aware of any privacy breaches at council that concern the sharing of personal information that wasn't collected for that intended use, then you should make a report to me as the privacy officer. And then I will start the privacy breach response plan that we have, that we can make available a copy of that for yourselves as well. And I just ask that you comply with all the instructions that I'll issue following a privacy breach, because it's really important that we act with speed to contain any breach and rectify, and lessons learned at the end. Is there a second slide for that one? So yeah, you need to have a general understanding of the policy, know that I'm the privacy officer, know when to contact me for guidance, and I'm happy to be contacted at any time for matters of privacy, because obviously it's of the utmost importance. There's an obligation to notify the Privacy Commissioner if it's a breach that's of a certain level of significance, where it's got the potential to cause serious harm to the person affected. So an abundance of caution, please, let me know if you become aware of anything. Are there any questions through the chair?
Yep, Dion's got a question.
This is a really interesting policy for councillors as politicians versus the organisation and employees and contractors who have contractual agreements with the organisation. And so my question here relates to what protections do we have as councillors around our privacy, given our political nature of this organisation? People talk, people think, we're quite often people of interest, and people ask questions and people fly out information, and it's happened, and I've seen it time and time again, where sometimes people respond to questions that are raised of us. Is that your hearing aid?
No.
I think it might have been. It was so bizarre. I could hear myself out of his ears. So that was very bizarre. The question that I have here really is when it comes to councillors' privacy, and there is a breach of the privacy, or we perceive that there's a breach of our privacy, there's very limited protection that we have as far as I've seen in the past. So what is that, and how can that be strengthened, or can it be strengthened under the current policies that we have?
Thank you, Councillor Swiggs. Have you seen the external privacy policy that's on the website that acts in tandem with the internal privacy policy? Because this policy is focused on the collection of information in your role as a councillor. So what we as an institution do with that private information, and how we handle the breaches of that information that we collect. So if you look at the external website, that may give you, you have a right to request what information we have to correct it. But I think what you're talking about turns on a code of conduct issue, which would be slightly different and outside of this policy.
It could. I think it's just all privacy in general, really. And when things get pushed into different areas, it becomes a little bit tricky to manage, which is where things slip through the gaps. And I don't want to raise particular issues or particular things in these public briefings, but I just think there could be some tightening around that. And you're saying sits over in a code of conduct. Actually, I think there could be some work, and I just want us to think about that potentially because there has been incidences.
There's also an added complication that I should bring to the table around the operation of the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act. So there's another layer there as well that sort of conflicts at times with the Privacy Act. So I think what you're saying goes beyond the scope of this policy, but I'll take those comments on board and see what we can do to be helpful through other avenues. Yeah.
Claire?
Yeah, thanks very much. I mean, I guess my question is could follow on or is aligned with some of the thinking that Councillor Swiggs has just raised. And there will be councillors that sit at the table, and at certain times we provide private confidential information, and for example as part of a consenting process or something like that, or whatever it might be. What's the interface there? Because once again, I think that that's probably a pretty sensitive area, or can be a pretty sensitive area.
Are you saying that that personal information was shared in the context of a public meeting?
No, but information that comes in, for example, I'm just thinking of a farm environment plan, for example, that might be attached to a consenting process. There's quite often some quite personal information that could belong to that individual or business that they're associated with. And yes, I guess I'm just asking about that question of that privacy, of that information, and how does that interface with this as us as councillors and the privacy?
Thank you. I think that's straying into the realm of the LGOIMA as well, the Local Government Official Information and Meetings Act, because are you talking in the context of we receive that, that's a statutory instrument that we are able to receive, and it does at times contain some commercially sensitive or private private information about identifiable individuals. If we were asked to share that outside of the organisation, that LGOIMA lens would be put on that, and the LGOIMA actually provides for protection of identifiable individuals. You need to apply the public interest test to see whether the public interest would outweigh those, as is always required under LGOIMA. So it's a hard interplay because the Privacy Act really is there to for the individual to make privacy requests of council and for us to have a duty and obligation to hold that information confidential. But in play with that, we have the LGOIMA, and it's tricky. So I would farm environment plans, if there's anything in there that's commercially sensitive or private, should be marked as such, and at least that trade secrets or commercially sensitive or as a rule in processes. I should probably point out that companies privacy doesn't attach to company information as well.
Dion again.
Claire's kind of sparked my mind here around the whistleblower policy that we have in this council that's actually a piece of legislation, and information that we may hold or the organisation has, and somebody kind of tips somebody off about something. How does that interrelate with or interlink with this? If somebody's trying to use that or weaponize that type of information to try and get over top of someone, or people use information for bad reasons, and sometimes will hide under maybe the Whistleblower Act or whatever it is to try and do something over somebody else. So how does this policy, especially for us, relate to that piece of policy? And then is there a relationship there?
There is. So under the protected disclosure policy, when an individual makes a protected disclosure, there's a staged process to work through to see whether that disclosure is going to be given an obligation of confidentiality. And there is a provision that if the disclosure is made in bad faith, then the confidentiality doesn't attach. And sometimes it can be hard to get to the bottom of the bad faith. So but that's how the legislation is written to account for that.
So does that then become a privacy breach of somebody's personal privacy, and then it enacts into this?
Potentially, if it's made in bad faith.
Thanks, Dion. Is there any other question? Thank you. And this is really good, by the way. I think this is really good to.
I think what we're
Ian,
what we're seeing.
Sorry.
Just one brief question. I for suspected fraud, this is on, I don't know what page this is on, under corporate fraud. You talk about be aware of the definition of fraud and reporting channels. So the chair of the council, I get that. Chair of ARC, I get that. Chief executive, I get that. And director of corporate and public channel. I'm not sure why the deputy chair of ARC is there and not perhaps the deputy chair of the council. It seems like an interesting random choice of people to report to.
I'd have to go back and look at the policy in detail. I don't think that list is supposed to be exhaustive. I don't think that list is supposed to be exhaustive. It's to give you an indication of who you might want to report suspected fraud to.
I think that, one explanation could be that, the risk stuff is more rightly dealt with at ARC. And then the chair is the ex officio. Maybe that's the reason. But take your point, Ian. That the deputy chair of council could be a good thing. And in the code of conduct, of course, that is an opportunity as well.
What we've tended to do in when we've had suspected frauds reported, and luckily we haven't had a huge number, is that we obviously I get informed. I've obviously talked to the chief executive. And I talked to the chair and deputy chair of the audit committee, and I talked to the chair of the council, is what we've tended to do over the last couple of years. And depending on what they are, we then manage it going forward. We record it in the suspected fraud register, which we report to audit committee once a year. And just to illustrate, we've had 2 or 3 small suspected frauds in relation to total mobility, and we've literally just in the last couple of days had a piece of work completed just looking at the control environment and to see whether there's any opportunity to strengthen it, recognising that a lot of the controls actually sit embedded within the system that has been developed and implemented by MOT and administered by NZTA. I think what we are seeing though, and those questions to Robin illustrated it, is that a number of these policies interact with each other and also interact with pieces of legislation. And it's important that we look at the suite holistically in dealing with things, but clearly writing the policies, we need to focus on particular aspects of it. And we increasingly identify those links, synergies and overlaps as we continue to review them over time. Ian's is now going to cover the use of digital technology as the GM Digital.
Thank you, Charles. Good afternoon. I'll take this as read. As Giles said, this has got strong links to the privacy policy, with the government legislation in terms of Privacy Act, PRA, so the Public Records Act and LGOIMA, and also the security policy. The main purpose of this policy is to ensure that our IT resources are safe, and also staff and yourself don't have any disruptions to our business, and you feel comfortable using those resources, and you know what to do. I suppose one of the points I did want to make is in terms of security, in terms of cyber, if you do feel there's something odd happening on your system and you feel uncomfortable, please do go to the service desk that we have here or phone that number. Even if you think it's a silly thing happening, we're more than happy to help. So just take any questions now.
Any questions, councillors? Just that connect personal devices. Can you just tell us about that in relation to our computers that we have? What does that technically mean?
So here,
Like putting in a USB, is that?
Yep. Yep. So as an example, what not to do is bring your personal computer in and connect into our network. That's not allowed. And so the devices that we've issued you, they're the devices for you to use.
Yeah.
But we only connect into the guest network in terms of the Wi-Fi. We don't actually have access to the, and because the question that why that sparked my brain here is, well, my thinking is, I connect to my emails at home, which is then connected through Microsoft 365 to the SharePoint if I want to open up a window and I can use it there. So how do you control those from the work that we do? Because I read everything on a bigger screen, and yeah, that doesn't quite make sense to me.
Yeah, sure. Technology is sort of getting more complicated. We are being more connected these days. So being remote, you can use our approved applications to be able to come into our environment. So yeah, that wording is more around, say we have suppliers and other people working for us, they can't connect their environmental network into ours. So yeah, the policy is trying to set out more in a principles space. As technology moves, we have different controls to be able to cope with that.
In terms of information data management, so if I was using a cloud for a browser on this device in this room now, is that considered eCAN data?
Yes, if you're doing work for Environment Canterbury, yes.
No.
It's thrown a whole lot of questions. Well, yeah, but the reason for that is because if you go on, are you saying that? Because my understanding was always that if we go onto the guest Wi-Fi, that doesn't actually link us into the system. Is that right?
It's a little bit more complicated than that. We do actually tunnel you through, so you've got a secure. So if you think of, just trying to think of a good analogy, you're going down the freeway, but we then make a little special freeway just for you, so all the information goes into our environment and protected. So some of our staff can take our devices out and about, and so again, sometimes they're using other Wi-Fi type networks, but we also then put safeguards around that so that you can tunnel back into our environment.
We're using our own device, not the eCAN devices, but our own devices,
And then connecting to
like our own phones, for example. That I don't have an eCAN phone, so I've got my own phone, but it's connected to the.
Yep.
Could be connected. Mine's not actually, but could be connected to the Wi-Fi.
Yes, so the Wi-Fi here is for staff and vendors and other visitors to be able to use those resources.
So that's all good. I think that's what we're asking. That's all good. If you've got your own device and you connect it to the guest one, that's different. If you connect it to the corporate Wi-Fi, that might be a bit different.
Correct. Yeah. Sorry.
Thanks. I finally got the clarification I wanted.
Yeah.
The other part of it, though, is using this phone. I mean, I use this phone a lot, but I've connected into the system, through Outlook. But that's been linked in through IT. So using your own phone then, with all of that going on, that's still okay as well, isn't it?
Yes, so if you've connected into some of our procured products, so in the Microsoft, then we have the ability to wipe that data through that device. You've given that permission to be able to do that.
Anyone else have a question? Oh, Joe, sorry.
So like the key word is around use, isn't it? So is there like a broader IT policy that kind of governs your work and your teams?
So the policy sets out some high level principles. We do have standards and guidelines that go below that. So in my Pacific team, there's standards that some of the technical staff would adhere to. Yes.
Thank you. Any other questions? Understand it's a real, movable space with trying to keep up with all the technology changes. So that's good for us to get some clarity when we see words like that, just to help us understand what's okay and what might be not. So thank you. But good reason for doing this. Thank you.
And I think that Ian has said technology moves so quickly that actually what we say today may need to be slightly different in 3 or 4 months' time, depending on how.
And just before you go, I've got Councillor Cranwell. Sorry, Jan. You got a question?
Kia ora tātou. Yeah, I was just I was going to ask about the cell phones, because we link in through the guest Wi-Fi. But I suppose it's similar to if you have your own laptop and you connect into the guest Wi-Fi and use your emails and stuff. It's similar to just using your phone. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes. Yeah.
Kapai. Kia ora. Ngā mihi.
Kapai. Let's carry on. Thank you.
So now we move on to the health, safety and wellbeing policy, and take the opportunity to introduce Kirsty McInnes, who's joined us as the new health and safety manager from Bay of Plenty. Hawke's Bay, sorry, Hawke's Bay. I knew it was somewhere up there. Regional Council, and obviously Joe, who has oversight of this area, and Kirsty will talk you through it. But clearly, councillors have 2 roles in this relation to this policy.
Kia ora anō. So again, we've provided a fairly succinct and straightforward summary for you here, but the fuller policy is available to you online. I think the couple of key pieces in here, the policy exists so that we can keep our people safe, and you are included in that. We want you to be safe in all of your dealings and all of your workings as you engage with Environment Canterbury. So we expect, just as us as employees, you take reasonable care of your own safety and well-being. If you're going to site, you follow whatever the protocols are of that site. And so the 4th bullet point there, if you're expected to report any near misses, incidents, hazards promptly using the established reporting process. Now that's in the fuller policy, but for your reference today, the established reporting process is just an email to the health and safety mailbox. It's quite straightforward, where the team will pick that up and take appropriate action if there is action required. The other part that Giles references for you, what this also means is you have the opportunity and obligation, to ask us questions and review reporting. So there's some slides further later on in the presentation, but you hold that individual accountability to yourself and conducting yourselves here, and you have that opportunity to hold us to account. So that's referenced there. Kirsty, anything you want to add?
Tēnā koutou. Ko Kirsty McInnes, toko a ingoa, no Tolaga Bay ahau. Tēnā koutou katoa. This policy is a really important policy for all of us. We take it seriously, and if you have any questions or you would like to meet with me and have a conversation around perhaps some of the events that you go to, so we can walk you through how we would assist you to plan potentially a public event, I'd be more than happy to do that.
Cool. Ian, you had a question?
Well, like a stupid question, but just for absolute clarity. All this, you say, how does this apply to council? It's the previous slide. That's when we're engaged in council business. Yeah. Not when I'm...
That's correct.
Good.
Sorry, any other questions? No? Oh, no?
Tēnā koe. If there was a situation here where we actually thought that, we were not in a safe kind of environment, what's the process there? If I suddenly said, I'm not going to come into this building anymore because I don't feel safe.
If that was the case, there'd be an escalation process. So you would speak to your chair would speak to the CE would come to me as the head of health and safety. We would do an investigation as to why you felt under threat or unsafe. And then when we would discuss with you what we thought the critical controls might be, we would review this room in terms of access and perhaps whatever the issue was. We would put corrective actions in place, and then we would likely look to any policies or procedures that we would need to amend. And we'd bring those back to you to have a discussion with you.
If I didn't agree with all that and I decided that I'm just going to stay at home and just work on, come in online, what happens then? Does it fall back to myself as a councillor making that decision, even though it's been all the way through all of those processes that you've just described?
My hope would be, and because I take health and safety and wellbeing and the wellbeing aspect incredibly seriously, my hope would be that we would come to a resolution through that process so that you would feel and that we would take the necessary measures for you to be back in this building. That would be an assurance I would give you.
Look, I think the other thing that it relates to is the standing orders. So there's stuff in the standing orders about that as well. And that relates to the certain councillor contacting the chair and asking for that leave or whatever it is. So, and that can happen. So just so you know, it interacts with other things.
Okay.
Not just this one. Greg?
I don't feel it's been answered completely, but anyway, I'll leave it there.
Yeah, my question's just following up on that, but there would always be individual circumstances would rule whatever the plan would be. Yep, thank you.
Cool. Should we go to the next one, or is there any other questions?
So move on to one that's quite closely related to health and safety as well, is security.
There's very strong linkages to this policy and the ones that have just been brought up around information and health and safety. So this policy actually covers physical security, information security and personnel security, but the main applicability to councillors is those first two, physical and information. And the only other comment I make is, look, the questions just come up in the health and safety one, but it's if you feel at risk at all around physical security, we've just heard that process. There are other avenues outlined in this paper which are actually consistent. But the governance team is another one to come through that process as well. It will get to the health and safety team, and I will be supporting them with physical security arrangements.
Any questions? Thanks, Dave. Any questions? Thank you.
And I think if councillors recall, maybe 12 months ago, we introduced the stop and think approach, particularly in relation to health and safety, but I think it equally applies to security. If you feel at all unsafe, then you should stop and think. That applies to health and safety, it applies to security, it applies to a number of other things. Also applies to plugging USBs or clicking on emails. Stop and think. That's when errors normally happen. So we now move to what is currently a draft policy. Rather than bringing the current policy, we thought we'd just summarise the draft one. There is a fuller discussion about this at Audit and Risk Committee tomorrow. But Dave, I think this is with you.
The only thing I'll add to that is, in front of this policy being signed by the Chief Executive, ultimately we are getting the Audit and Risk Committee feedback tomorrow. Key point that is in the draft at the moment is it's for all drivers of branded ECAN vehicles. There's a very strong linkage between this policy and within the health and safety critical risks. So this is one of, I should know this, 10 critical risks. 11 critical risks. So incredibly important, this policy, to our drivers of branded vehicles. a bit of a process still to go through with getting this one finalised.
I have a question. How many unbranded vehicles do we have?
So the only unbranded vehicles we have is the unbranded vehicle that the previous chair used to drive and the directors who have elected for a salary sacrifice for a director's car.
So how do you classify that vehicle? Well, you got branded vehicles here.
Anything with the corporate logo on. So all of our other vehicles have Environment Canterbury. All of our other vehicles have Environment Canterbury branding on the side. So this policy will apply, assuming the draft is approved, will apply to branded vehicles only, because actually the other vehicles are provided predominantly as a result of salary sacrifice or remuneration sacrifice, and predominantly for personal use rather than work use.
I think that's the change that's been made. No, yeah. And I know that from time to time, councillors can book the branded vehicles and use them, and so, well, I think we still can. In terms of the reporting process for that, if there's anything found, anything happens during that, what's the process?
There's a monthly report generated. The councillors report, if there are incidents of speeding, we'll go to the chief executive. And that also, the report does include the previous 6 months of incidents. So there is a trend provided. And obviously some parts of the organisation use vehicles more frequently. I'm not aware of councillors on a regular basis taking out branded vehicles, but that is the route that would be followed.
Thank you. Yeah. No.
So all of that data that's been collected on a GPS, for instance, how secure is that?
The provider we have is complies with our software as a service type approach. So they have previously gone through a checklist in terms of their level of security. It's a provider that is being used throughout New Zealand with other organisations as well.
Okay, so it goes through this contractor, okay? So who sees that? Where does it go? Who also has access to it? I'm talking about staff now.
There's a level of controls that the owner of that system has put in place. So not all, there's different levels. I can't explain that completely for you right now, but there are different levels of access that they have, and so does the provider. The provider does the same.
So you can't provide us here at this meeting with actually the levels that of security that are actually provided under this policy?
Not, I suppose, in detail, but I can give you assurance that there are different levels, and the general staff don't have access to any of that information. It's just the department head who's looking after that.
So all of our, Councillor Karako, all of our systems have levels of security and control over them, and they also have restrictions on who can and can't access the data depending on their business need. And also our policies are very clear that if people are accessing data that they do not need to undertake the duties that they are responsible for, then that is potentially a disciplinary action. There are a number of systems that we have that obviously have sensitive data in. We have our payroll data, we have consents data, etc. And those controls exist so that actually staff are not granted access to those systems that they don't need access to, and if for any reason they are able to access that data, that is potentially a disciplinary action.
Just one more question on that then. So, yeah, that's all well and good then, but it's still actually for the public record, isn't it? So you can legitimate all of that information.
And then the appropriate process goes through as the General Counsel has indicated, that there is an assessment about whether that data should be released or whether it should be redacted. And that is...
Obviously no commercial.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions on this, David?
Just following up on the recent discussion, what controls or what evidence does the organisation have over access to confidential information such as the driving record, and can they identify people that don't have authority to that have tried to access that information?
I'll kind of repeat in relation to all of our systems. There are restrictions on who can access them. There are audit logs maintained of who has accessed them, and there are those controls in place. As you've said, information can be legitimate. Processes have gone through. As with all of these things, in any information breach, or it's often not the technology that is at fault. It's often an individual that leaves a document on a train or a bus, or sees something on a photocopier, or puts something in the wrong envelope. Those are things that happen. The controls around the technology are in place, and people have to be trusted to do the job that they are employed to do. So our payroll staff obviously have access to everyone's payroll records. And have a lot of information and data. Our finance staff have access to all of our finance records. Our HR team have access to everyone's personal files. Ultimately, we have checks and balances in place in terms of who we recruit, and we do have administrative logs, and Ian is responsible for that overall structure of control within our IT environment.
Dion?
I know Councillor Karako asked about the branded vehicles being equipped with the GPS. But we have staff, and we also have a chair who can be provided with a vehicle, but they pay for it out of their salary. Now, how does that policy, the way it's, you've worded it there, interact with that particular?
So, as I said, this is the draft revised policy. The current policy applies to all Environment Canterbury vehicles. So the chair's vehicle, as was, did have a GPS, has a GPS vehicle, and all of the directors who have taken a salary sacrifice also have a GPS monitoring equipment. Should this policy be approved and accepted, then those units would be removed from vehicles that are predominantly for personal use and are paid for through salary sacrifice, which is consistent with our understanding of what happens in a number of other councils in terms of the way in which vehicles that are in effect paid for by the individual are.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you. Let's go to the wrap up.
Yeah, so this is just a list of the other corporate policies that we have, so that you are aware that we have a range of others that don't directly apply. The most important thing I think to note is that now that Joe is here as the GM of People, we will be doing some work in that space to consolidate, aggregate and lift up a number of our people policies. What we're trying to move to is a fewer set of corporate policies that are at a principal level that then have guidance and procedures that sit below them. This suite is reported at every meeting to the Audit and Risk Committee, and we intend to make sure that all of the policies are reviewed on a regular basis, and there's a review cycle. But importantly, all policy states that even if the review date is missed, they do not expire, so they would still remain in place. As I said at the start, we will use this as a great opportunity for us to put this in the context of obviously the election this year, to ensure that appropriate material and training and guidance is provided to the new council in a few months' time, and also to ensure that we have that clear link between the internal documentation of the organisation and the SharePoint site that councillors have access to, which has some of this documentation in. And even in doing this work, we've identified that some of it is not as current as it should be, and we apologise for that. So happy to take any further questions.
Just on the Conflict of Interest, Director of Ngāi Tahu and Māori Relations, what is OCEC, Office of the Chief?
Chief Executive and the Chair.
Any other questions, Grant?
Not really a question, just going to say to people if they wanted to have a look at the those policy documents in tomorrow's ARC meeting, item 9.2 on page 62 and page 63 gives the full sort of spreadsheet of those corporate and council policies.
Thanks, Grant. Any other questions? Hey, thanks, Giles. Thanks, team. Thanks, Dave. It was really good to be taken through all of those different policies so that we have a good, better understanding of them, and totally agree that in the inductions, but maybe even not just induction. Like, I think it's good to touch base with councillors through a term so they get reminded, because I think when you go through induction, it's all everything's pretty new. You're taking in a lot of information, and you're not always going to retain it. Yeah.
Just to add to that, one of the things that we'll be considering, so one of the role responsibilities for the policy monitor is to ensure that appropriate training is provided and completed. Some of those policies are the training is provided on an annual basis. Again, I'm not saying that that should apply to councillors, but we need to consider whether it is something that should be done on a regular basis, as you've said, Chair, particularly around the changing environment in technology or fraud, or so it's something that we'll consider.
Thank you. I think that wraps up our briefings for today. I wasn't here at the start of the day. Who did karakia? Joe, would you like to finish off our day today, Joe? Thank you.
Before starts, Craig, I've got a Te Manahuna Ōrākei project meeting in the morning, so I'm an apology. Thank you.
Thanks, Peter.
Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, te atawhai o tō tātou arakia e hu karaiti. Me te aroha o te atua, me te whiwhinga, tahitanga, ki te wairua tapu, ake, 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 āmene.